Good evening, everybody, or good morning if you are in Australia, I guess, somehow watching at such an early hour. This is a Group B winners bracket round 2 match between Proz and Jgsalem. Winner will advance to the playoffs. Loser will be knocked to the lower bracket where they can still redeem themselves and get into the playoffs, although they will have to play an extra match and win that. In the comms booth today, we got Coeval and Oa. How are you two doing tonight?
Doing pretty well, thanks, Ink. Glad to be here for another high-level game, and really looking forward to this matchup. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good too, man. Thanks for asking. I've been looking forward to this all day. These are two titans of the high time scene, and I just know this is gonna be a good match either way. So, ready to kick it off.
Proz and
Yeah, looks like
Jgsalem, in terms of tournament history, they've both gotten third places, so pretty strong tournament performances in the past at least some point. The only thing is, I guess I want to say neither of them won a tournament, but that's fine. Still, third place is strong. We are still waiting for the players to, make them both be here. I believe we're just waiting on Proz mainly. But, so I will message him and tell him we're good to go.
Right on.
On the other hand, do you guys want to make any predictions? You guys got any thoughts on who's going to win, how the match is going to play out?
Yes.
Go ahead. Okay, I'll go.
So sorry. Yeah. So
Okay.
what I was gonna say is Jgsalem, over the course of like maybe the last year and a half, has skyrocketed in his like personal like in his skill in the game. He has practiced. He's constantly playing and improving. And Proz is someone who has always been a mainstay staple. He's very good. Everyone knows he's good. But he's in the last year and a half, he's played less and less. So I think given that Jgsalem is fresh and he's sharp, I think he's going to be the one to take this one home, is my prediction. But I think it's going to be close either way.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of playing both of them, JG and Proz, in my tournament so far, and right now on a losers bracket run. And honestly, like, this is a very close matchup in my opinion, pretty 50-50. And what do we know about like kind of the book matchups? Any insight on that, Oa, going into this?
Well, I've been playing competitively for a few years now, and I've only ever seen Proz really run flighted SS books. Like, it's some variation of that, so I would assume he's going to be bringing that. And this tournament has kind of been like split down the middle of SS books versus Sync books. So I think JG might anticipate that and go with the Sync book, but he's very comfortable with that or generic. So I think it's a 50-50, whatever he decides to choose.
Yeah, in my matchup, he ran Chalk Shield and then Totem. And JG, in my game, early game, he ran, I believe it was just some sort of like flightless book with Sanctuary, which, like you mentioned, is pretty common up against Chalk Shield. Just, a good counter to remove all the shields and gain back a lot of tempo. So we'll see if we get that kind of matchup, or I don't know, maybe they're cooking up something new. Looks like we have Proz in the lobby here. He just came through.
Now I'd like to see one of them take Rush, but I don't think that's going to happen. It's just my personal preference, but
yeah, that matchup of Rush versus Control can always be pretty interesting, pretty unpredictable. So
yeah, it's exciting for sure.
Whereas the Control versus Control, I mean, it takes kind of a different type of person to enjoy that more slow type of grind. You're not that type of person, huh, Oa?
Oh, absolutely not. No, most of the time I'd rather lose the game than play it for very long. It's just I get a little bit too antsy, a little bit too ADHD.
Right. I suspect though here We're not going to really have a situation where, they're going to be going for lobs or sort of risky plays. But
No, definitely not. The thing is, in a match like this, it's really about mental endurance, right? Because this can go on. This could draw several times in a row if they're both taking safe books. So they really have to. I mean, because one mistake can lose it all when both players presumably will have DK in their book.
yep.
So you really have to stay vigilant and you have to stay on point because I mean it could last several hours. So we'll see. We'll see. I think it's probably gonna go pretty slow. Proz is known for his defensive play style. So
Yeah. What we've seen in a lot of these matchups from JG and Proz and myself, and honestly a lot of others as we're hopping into the game right about now, is this kind of mid-map, stally type of playstyle where they both just kind of cut the map in half and then they get their DK out and they try to just slowly, find an opportunity to jump their DK over and win. So here we're going to see Proz hop on his head, probably go for some sort of shock shield here, maybe Spirit I've seen him do early as well. Yep.
this is an interesting map too. This is like a rare spawn because they both spawn in the middle, which is rare on
yeah,
this
true.
map. And on the outside, there's not really. Usually, there's layers of clouds to protect you and move, and both sides can easily be cut off here. So
Oh, there's no sides on this map. Look at that. There's like barely any room. Yeah.
right now, this is flashable, although I don't think he's gonna take that risk.
No, for sure. Not going to take that risk. Interesting. I want to point out it's kind of subtle. Proz anticipates Sanctuary, and so what he does instead of shock shielding, which would result in BFTP and then Sanctuary, he brings out his Spirit, and then he can shield it away from JG, can't be Sanctuaried, and he can always tick him. So he can move it. It's a lot more mobile. It's like a, very much more mobile Storm Shield. And so he can run it away, cast it, and so nice adjustment by Proz here against Sanctuary books.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a very aggressive start by Proz. But this is we play a game where first turn usually matters. It can matter a lot. So it's very map gen dependent. So we'll see if that getting that early minion out actually snowballs to anything. But
Yeah,
I think there was a line where you just kill the Spirit anyway and just keep the minions at 0.
Yep. Not sure what I would have done in that situation. You could just drain the Spirit, right? That's an option. This is a nice play, though, to, again, restrict Proz's movement. And Proz flashed out because he kind of wants to bait JG to Mudball again, because he's only got 4. So JG knows that, and so he doesn't. But just continues to control the map. When he flashed down, he's kind of confined to a pretty small area. If he goes for Storm Shield here, JG has to decide, do I use another BFTP to walk out and Sanctuary? Not sure if that's quite worth it, but yeah, a little hard to predict here. For anyone who's watching, get on the damn boat. Let's go. Let's get that spectator count up. Come on.
Drone
There's
is
definitely more than 6 people watching.
Drone is
Go ahead.
very good in these against. Yeah, you see, like he's summoning a bunch of minions with 25 health, so Drone can obviously kill them both with the Drone Strike. Very, very, very solid minion. Presents a lot of pressure. So you see, Proz took a while to decide on his turn there. It wasn't very clear what you should be doing.
It wasn't clear, yeah.
Given
I would
that
have
he's
too.
he's trapped off of the swarm, I don't think that's necessarily bad. But I anticipate JG is probably going to sink relatively soon. I assume he has it. He's kind of been playing like he can sink. He's in the middle, where he can just sink off the spot where Proz can't fly or anything like that to get past him.
He could if I probably liked a development option here, like JG, just get out your own swarm.
Yeah, for sure.
Know that Proz is stuck. JG has more map control, especially if he has leap. He can leap out of that ice shield there. So I'd probably just swarm here, because if you sank, he could use the swarm to elevator, even though he doesn't have to cast flight first. He can cast flight after.
He wanted to summon that a little bit lower, but yeah, I mean it's probably fine.
Oh, nice positioning there by JG. Avoid the tick. And in my game versus Proz, I blundered early and ended up just kind of snowballing and losing because I put my drone over on the left side. I was like, oh, I'm going to block him from going to the left. And then he treed it. And I didn't have as much setup to be able to free the drone, so I was down a minion for the early game. See if Proz chooses to do something like that, but I don't think it's really treatable there. So
what I found with this map is that the Armageddon typically starts at the sides, so Proz doesn't really want to be holed up in there for too long. JG can kind of manipulate his plan around the Armageddon, freeing him. But
oh, for sure. Yep, flash to kill the spirit, and we are somewhat even here in the opener. You have to get middle control. You really have to. Because like the sides, the Arma doesn't seem like much. Yeah, Skyray, each turn. And they have the indicators so you know where it's at, but it's a lot. It adds up. Okay. Pro's gonna be able to escape. Doesn't have many tools to deal with drone, so I think JG's gonna be able to keep his minion advantage. But we can see some potential trapping coming out from Proz here. How he places the tree, though, I'm not so sure. We'll have to wait and see. He's looking to aim something, potentially. I think tree probably is what... Okay. He chooses not to tree. He's saying, okay, I've got more map control. Control the kind of top area. I blocked off that avenue to get up to the top.
again, this is just another flashable spot too, because he'll go straight through the Pegasus. It doesn't catch him.
Yep, it's pretty easy. Honestly, you can just stand to the left of Proz on the end of the cloud and just aim the indicator pretty much to the center of his body, and he'll go through the peg and fall off the map. So, JG not looking for that line, which is fine. Maybe wanting to play a little bit more conservative, or, okay. No, he's not looking to do that.
He's looking to kill the swarm here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Safe play. Yeah, true, because he's got the cloud. I see Pimps in the chat saying a little lower than center. Probably true. He's got to avoid that cloud up at the top. Doesn't want to...
As we mentioned before, there are no sides to this map, right? So, like, Pegasus is not going to be as potent as it... I mean, it's only going to be blocking off that central portion, really. But it kind of is an advantage to have like higher damage spells like Shock Bomb in a map that's this easily traversed. Like, you don't need... And yeah, there's just not a lot of spots that JG can hide if he gets a HP, if Proz gets an HP lead.
Yeah, gonna SS here. Can't border it, or maybe Prot. I don't know. That's not worth. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
the drone would
SS.
Drone would just kill.
This is definitely a spot where JG's gonna want to try and find a way to sink here. I mean, he can jump up and BFTP through.
Yeah, that's an option to push and be able to remove the shield. He's gonna try to
he can also just move his drone up and fire him for 52. I mean, it's not necessarily... I think sinking's probably stronger because Proz doesn't really have an easy... Unless if his swarm is up, then he can swarm and get a tempo on him. But if you
get up,
sink,
yeah,
he's the problem with not having flight on a map like this.
Guess he probably doesn't have leap then either.
Definitely not.
But this is a fine trade. Gonna take his flight off. Proz has to be a bit more careful.
Yep.
And he has to burn a BFDP if he wants to escape, if I'm not mistaken.
He can. Well, yeah. I mean,
So he's gonna tick himself, and unfortunately,
he definitely didn't mean to do that. Yeah.
yeah, I kind of saw this coming. I wasn't sure if he was gonna BFDP out after killing the drone or what his plan was, but he did have the tree on standby basically there. I think JG could have moved to this cloud to his left. Not the tiny one, but the one next to it. And just positioned so that he can't get easily treed. You go to the left of this cloud that's next to him. Because if you've got a lot of land on your left, then he's trapped in. The land's trapping him on one side and the tree's trapping him on the other. So he didn't counter the tree very well. He's got to consider a lot of moves here. He's got to consider flash. He's got to consider gate. He's got to consider where to gate.
With how open this map is too, DK is a little bit more of a threat. It's easier to ladder it. You don't have to worry about getting it to the side. Or you don't have to, yeah.
And this will be killable off summon, I'd imagine.
Yeah, he's probably just going to swarm it.
Yeah, his swarm should be back, because he summoned it turn 2, I believe. Turn 2 or 3.
Now he could shock bomb here too and kill him that way, but it's a little bit more risky. I don't think he's going to go for that.
That angle is a bit tough, and it won't really double the totem. Unless you go for a monstrous stick that you might hit.
Yeah, it's tough when you're sticking on terrain because it's not as flat as the people's hitboxes.
Yeah, there's that trick to kind of soft lob it at the terrain, and then it bounces and sticks after the bounce. But that's, I mean that's
yeah,
advanced class.
In a spot like this, if you miss, you're gonna lose all the advantage you got. So yeah, it's definitely not gonna happen. It's something I would do, but that's
So
not why
swarm
I'm
there
playing
is
in
pretty
the
good. Yeah.
Yeah. JG's in a pickle here. He's down 2 minions. He's treed off. The HP lead doesn't really mean anything if he doesn't have Shock Bomb or Mega Bolter, right? So.
Yeah, had that flash opportunity and also had an opportunity to position away from the tree, or position against the tree, I should say. And it's those subtle things that are hurting him.
See, in a normal map gen with this is a spot where he'd want to teleport down in a spot that Pegasus can't get to, right? That would be the ideal spot, is to get left. But since he can't do that here, he's in a bind for sure. It just depends on how aggressive Proz wants to start being. If I were him, I'd start smacking him constantly. Just get an HP lead, because JG doesn't have a lot of places he can move to.
Yeah, and it's tough because there's not really a way to escape. The tree still has 30 health.
Yeah.
And
DK
I don't really
here.
see.
JG's only response really is to gate right side. That's all he can really do. I think he can elevator it in that case.
Yeah, I wouldn't see.
Yeah, so there's nothing. DK here is this map gen is horrible.
Oh yeah, pretty awful. But
yeah,
I don't see Proz DKing though, doing the drop. Doesn't really seem.
That's true. I think he's got to go right side. Proz has got to not see it, and this is just a very unfortunate case, and that's unfortunate case of map gen. Now he could he go? He could go bottom left. Could he not? No, he couldn't, because Proz would just sink him. He's got flight.
Yeah, he has to go bottom right.
But he doesn't even have to. He doesn't even have to DK him. He can just, if he goes, he can just BFT. No, he can't. That little pixel will stop him. Never mind.
Yeah,
I think, right?
So it's not over though.
No,
JD
it's not.
Can go bottom right. Sanctuary.
This is a brutal map gen to not get first turn. Proz is playing it very, very correctly. He's playing aggressively.
Yeah, very brutal match. Brutal map gen.
Now Proz could, honestly, he could gate and sink him here. and then next turn he can fly up and work on flying up through the right side of the map, and that's really aggressive.
Yeah, so you're saying, okay, he gates down there, sinks JG, and then he has to take a few turns to get back to mid, though, so...
Well, what I would do here is I'd BFTP the right side cloud, prepare it, then gate, sink him, and now your flight's up, and you can start. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
So, like,
yep.
yeah,
Use 2 BFTPs investment to win the game. You don't
exactly.
need 4 of them.
Because there's not a single spot JG can gate here. I
Mhm.
swear to God, he's listening.
Yeah, so...
He's got I mean, gating here is brutal. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. He did the. Yep.
He knew what
He's
the
the
most
only
forcing line is. That's the most forcing line, I think, in this situation.
play here. No, he's. This is just. This map gen is just. Proz has to. Yeah.
He has to not fit through that little castle.
Right, he's got to.
that-
If he can BFTP, the game's over here. Like if he gets the BFTP, this map gen was brutal.
Yep, quite tough. Oh, he fits. Uh-oh. Well, that's game.
Yep.
Nice BFTP. And he can kill with a DK.
Well, he doesn't even have to do that. He can just flash sync him and then kill him with a shock bomb next turn. Now that the whole map is opened up, I would just flash him. That's just a guaranteed win.
Yeah, he can't go kill with the DK, actually. I was thinking that he had
Oh, he's slow. He's not gonna make it in time.
No, he's not. And he doesn't have Pebble.
Wow. Okay.
Or does he? What is he going for here?
This is a Pebble.
He's setting up for the Pebble angle.
Wow. What is he doing? That was a
Oh.
okay. All right.
All right.
We got life. We got life.
Okay.
That was he was in Zugzwang right there. That was perfect. He had him dead.
He could have just ignored everything, done nothing with his minions, and gone down to the bottom and flashed JG off. But instead, he got indecisive. I know the feeling too. I've done it. In my own tournament games, I did it. So.
He was right. If he makes this jump, he can go over there and sink him.
He's trying to.
He's trying to avoid a flash sink here.
Set up the tower angle.
Yeah.
I mean, tower only move, it seems. Proz does have a way to, like, there's a method to his totem summon to clear that land for the DK, to get the DK to go to him, and then just charge. We're going to see a tower, yep, and then we're just going to see Proz...
yeah, he's just going to flash sync him. Just flash sync him. There's nothing else to do.
Well, he might want to keep his flight and then DK charge, and then say, okay, what now, JG? Okay, BFTP, yeah, so he sees all that. His goal is to get it down there.
We know that JG has Mud Ball, so if he can climb out, then he can Mud Ball him, and there could be, some optionality here.
Yeah, imagine if, like, okay, so Proz DKs, and then JG somehow gets out, and then Megas, if he has Mega. We don't know yet. So we're going to see a charge here. And yeah, he's going to close off all the openings. Very methodical play here by Proz. Okay, he charges. And now JG doesn't have any options mobility-wise.
Yeah. I mean, he can... Yeah.
So, yeah. Looking like the game is close to being over here. But his tower's out. Does he have... Yeah, I see it. Okay, that unfortunate BFTP there. He's gonna end up just losing, I guess. Yeah, it's unfortunate, kind of due to the map gen, and
Yeah, this
Just-
map gen was brutal, man. There's really nothing. He needed to have first turn so he can mudball him and get a tower out or summon first.
yep.
That being said, though, like at the end of the day, Proz played it very well. He's normally a very defensive player. He was playing extremely aggressively, for the map gen. So, you know,
Yeah, being able to turn on sort of that switch to know when to push offensively and then retreat and play more defensive.
I've done a
is
lot of
huge
these
skill.
games. I've done a lot of these games so far. This is the worst map gen I have seen so
Oh.
far.
Horrible. Yeah.
Like if I'm playing on this map, there's like nothing you can do.
Yep. GG.
GG.
Unfortunate, but yeah, like we said, difficult map gen, some subtle kind of early game mistakes there, and Proz played it really well. So yeah, this was just best of one.
Yeah, maps like that, and I do agree, best of one, but due to the format and how long it can go, best of one's kind of necessary.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just in just in your qualifiers, you had a set last what 3 hours, just to get that one win. So imagine you had to play 2 out of 3.
Yeah, with those 4 games that you have to play in the quals, I had a couple of really long ones, and 2 games went like over an hour.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, that was rough. So yeah, we'll see if they get on for an interview.
Yeah, they should. That was good. Now, JG is. I agree with him. He definitely should have got out of tree, but I mean, map gen definitely. Your options are reduced based on the map gen, right? So
Yeah, just flashing instead of. Did he do a totem that turn, or there was a turn where he could maybe have pulled off that flash and got a one turn, tempo. But,
yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if they're down to come by and give some of their thoughts, hear kind of their thought process. Now, as a result of this game, so Proz has won, he's qualified, and then I'll be playing JG now in losers bracket to make it in to the next stage. He defeated me with a similar type book, just sank, no flight, and
Yeah, I remember that. That one went a lot longer.
Yeah, it was a close game, but he ended up pulling it away. Let's see, looks like maybe Proz is...
Looks like Proz is coming in for an interview. I'll drag him in a second once he joins the voice channel.
Okay, cool.
No word on JG yet. Hasn't explicitly accepted or denied.
Alrighty,
And
sounds good.
welcome in Proz, GG's, and congrats.
Thanks for coming in to interview. Proz, how are you feeling about this result? Yeah, congrats on moving to the next stage.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you. You're here. You're all good.
Okay, I'm just using my Apple headphones, sorry. What's up, gentlemen?
How's it going, man?
I was just asking, how are you feeling about this result, and congrats on moving to the next stage in the tournament.
I'm feeling good, man. It was a fun match. Jgsalem did his thing. I think he played really well.
What did you think about the book matchup? Did you have any ideas about what he might run, or were you thinking of mixing things up, or did you just want to go with your same sort of, play style that you always like to do?
No, I had no idea what he was running. I really haven't been paying too much attention to what other games. I'm running the same thing in every single match until I lose.
Yeah.
So that's my thought process. Until I lose with this book, then I'll probably switch it up.
What did you think about that map gen? There being no sides, no place for like once he didn't flash out of that tree, he had like 0 options once you summon the DK.
Yeah, I think that kind of map actually favors his kind of book more than mine. Because my book requires more, setting, like he can just sank me at any time with my SS or Pro, and I'm obligated to go to the sides.
Yeah.
What really cost him the game was, in my opinion, the drone strike. I think he should have done something else. He should have just left that thing alone and fleeted another time. But that to me was like a cue.
Oh, you're talking about the one where he deflighted you with the drone?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't think he had leap to be able to get up to you in Sanctuary. But yeah, it's interesting. Maybe Totem there was better, or his own peg actually might have been a fine play to kind of restrict the movement of your peg too. But what do you think about the what's your strategy in your opener with that type of book? Because you kind of anticipate Sanctuary in every matchup. You have to, just to be aware. Do you change your opener at all? Were you thinking about Sanctuary?
I think most of my opponents are always going to run some sort of counter to me, which I don't really mind. I mean, at the end of the day, like sometimes, just outplaying them will still get you the win. But the openers question, I think it really just depends on like the map gen. It's really the map gen. I switch it up a lot of times. Sometimes I'll go SS to see if they're running Sank or whatnot. It just really depends.
I guess if you SS on this map in this situation, then any Sanctuaries, you don't really have a side to retreat to, so it was better to get the spirit out first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you played it well, man. I thought you played it well. As soon as that map gen, first thing I noticed is that there's no sides. Normally on this map, you have like the left side's got multiple layers of clouds that you can like block off and you can kind of maneuver through and use it to recover. And as soon as I saw that, it's like this is gonna be really tough for whoever gets first turn because you're pretty much guaranteed to get a minion out. Now, I think there was a couple of spots there where JG could have risked a flash, but I understand not going for it because if you miss, you're pretty much losing. But yeah, I thought it was a good match from both of you. I don't think I would have stayed if JG. I think the big thing there is him staying in the tree. Do you think he stayed in the tree a little bit too long?
I don't remember exactly, if I'm being honest.
Oh, okay.
Once he gets freed, he pulls out a totem instead of freeing
Yeah.
himself with flash, and then you just shock shielded the totem and then swarmed, gaining tempo, 2 tempo basically.
Yeah, like I said, when I already killed, when he did the drone strike, I already knew I won the game. It's really hard. It's really hard for somebody to come back if their opponent knows what to do.
Yep.
I hate to say it, but I already had a feeling that I was gonna win after that move.
Woltman,
Yeah.
congratulations! You're on to the round of 8, the step ladder.
Is there anyone in particular that you're keeping your eye out in terms of a matchup in the next round of the tournament?
Hold on, let me look at this list.
I mean, some of it is still not set in stone, the 8 yet. So potentially it could be me or JG again. We've got, I think, DX.
It wouldn't be you or JG, Coeval, but some potential matchups. One person who is qualified through the lower bracket already, that could be a matchup, is Serial or Beldums.
Okay.
And some other people who are at least in the lower bracket, but they're waiting for the winner bracket to finish so that they can play their last game, is Oa and Spork. So just to give you some idea of like who you could be facing.
I did have a question, Ink. So when you do the seeding for the final step ladder, do you pair like losers bracket winner and winners bracket winner, or is it just completely random?
Losers bracket and winners bracket are together,
Gotcha.
and it's between a random group. So like Group C can't play Group C, but it could be Group C plays any of second, like winner, like for example, Proz could play second place or of Group A, Group B, or Group D at the moment.
Right.
Beldums
So you could play Beldums or you could play DX, for example. One winner, one losers bracket, because they weren't in his group. That makes sense. Okay.
Oh no, he can't play DX. He can't play DX.
Oh.
Only Beldums. Yeah,
Gotcha.
DX is not a potential matchup.
What the fuck?
Yeah, because DX won his group, so it wouldn't be two group winners playing each other. You'd probably the earliest you'd play is like semifinals.
The fuck? So you should have told me that. I would have lost.
Yeah, you want a DX.
Yeah, man, because DX is he's a sneaky guy. He always makes me play late at night, like the Mosley tournament when we had to play at 4 a.m. and 2 monkeys hit me, and then I got reported by like 10 people for losing.
You're gonna have to figure out some way to prep.
Yeah, people legit thought you were throwing. That was crazy, but given the context of your explanation, it made perfect sense.
Everyone's always down to get me.
It sucks though, because you would have won that match though. Like if you weren't tired, you had him. I remember that match.
Won. And no player in this game would ever schedule their tournament at 4 a.m.
Yeah, probably right about that.
Well, I also wanted to make note. I hear a lot of fake news saying that I'm a staller, blah blah blah. So I don't know if you guys been noticing, but every match thus far, I have ended them really quickly.
I haven't noticed.
Just to clarify.
You're fighting back, man. You're fighting back against the stereotype. I love it. Well, let's see if that. I hope that trend
everyone's
continues
against
for
me,
you.
man. Everyone's against me. This tournament has been super difficult thus far. I've had to face rushers, bug abusers, and my journey continues. We'll see how far we can make it.
The journey continues for sure. Well, we appreciate you coming on for the
Where's
interview.
Jgsalem?
JG's not coming on.
Yeah,
today.
He declined an interview.
It looks like maybe he wants to potentially. I don't know if you want to play him, Coeval. He did say he'd be down to run his match too.
I may be able to do that, but yeah, can't cast and play myself. I could,
Yeah.
but I'd be asked though.
We can maybe set something up if I get Goa on, but I don't think he's around right now.
I mean, we have Pierce in the chat. Maybe Pierce wants to do it.
Yeah, Pierce, let us know. But yeah, thank you, Pros, for coming in. Appreciate your time. And best of luck in the future. Good luck in the playoffs, man. Looking forward to see more of you.
Thanks, bro.
Congrats,
All
man.
right. All right.
Maybe we'll see if we can get a second caster on.
Yeah, we'll see if we can
Pierce
get
was-
a.
I'm sure Pierce is listening somewhere.
Whether he's available or not, that's another question, of course.
Yeah.
It's a
True.
little bit awkward because two casters are playing. I guess the other option may be Beldum's if he's around.
Oh, he did say he'd be back up, but it is real late for him, so we'll see if he's still here. Oh,
Okay,
no,
Pierce said
said
he'll come in a sec.
Right on,
All right
man.
then. Well, on that note, we will be transitioning. And
Guess I'll hop
Coeval,
out and figure out what to run. So I'll
Yeah.
catch you guys.
Yeah, good luck, man.
good luck, best of luck, Coeval. In the meantime, we will be transitioning to the lower bracket match of this group. This is between Jgsalem and Coeval. And I am just trying to set everything up. Alright. There we go. So, previous match, of course, for those who missed it, Proz did in fact win 1-0 over Jgsalem. It was a pretty quick match. Pretty quick. I think it was only like it was less than 20 turns for sure. I think it was around 15. Maybe somebody could correct me if I'm wrong. But
Yeah, it was fast for sure. It's tough, man.
and welcome in Pierce to the comms booth.
Hello. How are we tonight?
Well, we're doing great. We just had the JG and Pros match, which I'm sure you were watching. We're gonna have JG and Coeval coming up, so this match will not only be an elimination match for one person in the tournament, but also the winner of this match will move on to the playoffs. So a lot at stake here in this group stage match.
How you doing tonight, Pierce?
It's another banger. You already know. I'm
Hell
locked
yeah.
in right now.
What'd you think of that last match? Were you tuning in?
Yeah, of course. I was watching the whole time. I mean, like, first it was it was a little. It was very tense all of a sudden until it wasn't. I mean, just the mispositioning on that right cloud, as you guys pointed out, to get locked up by that tree and then the complete loss of tempo was just a little bit unfortunate for how the game started to spiral. But outside of that, I mean, I think both players played the game very well. As you guys already touched upon, the map gen was just, really interesting because it was almost like an iron cage match. The players didn't really have anywhere to move, anywhere to run. And usually a lot of times you see in like high time standards that the players miss position, they can recover from mistakes, they can evade traps, they can employ defensive maneuvers, basically recoup themselves a little bit. But without the space to do that, the match spiraled out of control really quickly. And we have seen that before in some of the other matches in this tournament with this stage, but that was wow, words. That was definitely an exasperated degree of it where once the player is set up, there's nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to gate, nothing to do. So close it out clean.
I completely agree. Yeah, there was a spot where I had mentioned it was just checkmate if Pro sees it, and he did. So credit to him, where you BFTP once, then you sync him with gate, and then you fly up BFTP, and then no matter where he goes on the map, he's sunk or he's dead. So.
All right, but that was then. This is now. They are now into the match. Looks like JG's got first move. Coeval on the right side.
Now look at this map compared to the last one.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Night and day.
Yeah. And things are looking up for JG. He got first turn this time too.
He did.
This is a rematch. They did play in qualifiers where JG did come out ahead. So we'll see if Coeval's got that revenge in him. He's been training for this.
I mean, you already know he's a very studied player. He's been watching, definitely taking notes, observing how the other players are doing things. Very adaptable, extremely accomplished player of his own right. So we'll be able to see here what Coeval's going to bring. But 13 seconds left on turn 1. We've got the position.
Could sink him, but I don't think sinking's worth here.
Yeah. There it goes. So the Storm Spirit, a common opener.
This is not too hard of a flash, honestly. But it again, when you flash like this, it's 100% risk, right? You don't want to
Now,
queue.
let me ask you, because I was also considering this in the previous game. When I saw this position, I see like, okay, we're setting up the Storm Spirit, but I value the opening tempo off of Storm Spirit actually very low. Not to say that it's useless. I don't think it's very. There's not much you can do, right? A lot of the better spells to set up are on cooldown on turn 1 to stop the player going first from having an overwhelming advantage. But I was considering, like, what would you do from Coeval's position if Jgsalem just decided to like tower in that kind of situation?
Well, if you just decided to tower mid, I would
Yeah.
probably
No, on top of him, like tower on top
Oh.
of Coeval to limit his movement from here.
I would try and get. I mean, you definitely need to get space, and then probably either tower or trap him or something. Because like if he's towering, right, and you summon a minion and he doesn't have a minion, then he has to leave his tower to respond to you, right? Otherwise, he's just down a minion. And if he leaves his tower to respond to you, it's almost like you already killed his tower, right? So, the idea that I would kind of try and do is try and force him make a move that forces him to leave the tower, or we just concede that we're gonna play a slower game. Very aggressive from Jgsalem. Very
Beautiful
aggressive.
spot. Very
Now-
beautiful flash too. That's a big tempo win, taking off the Storm Shield there.
Yeah, this is tough because he has 2 Storm Shields here up potentially. The Storm Spirit has one too.
Right.
So
He can get burned down very quickly in a spot like this.
if now I haven't seen Coeval's book, but if he's also running some kind of like shock shield or storm shield book, he's in the trouble here because JG has a position on him and he's got tempo on him. But if he's running Sank, then he can buy back some time.
That hole does provide an attack angle, but we already know JG's book doesn't have the firepower to play on it.
Yeah, he might just block the hole and set up here with a shield.
Absolutely.
Or he could set up here with like another minion. Yeah, a
It's
swarm.
gonna summon. Yeah, there it goes. Summon Swarm comes through. Coeval's got some room to play here. Let's see how he answers. He's got space down here. He doesn't have any flash, and so therefore JG can go on the offensive at any time. And now that he's already got that Summon Swarm set up, he can start getting the chip damage in with the micros. It's going to be a little tricky because even under 60 seconds, that chamber doesn't possess a lot of space to get his Storm Spirit out of the way. Then you got to micro down the swarms. Then you got to bring it back, and there's a lot to do already. So we'll see what happens here.
You can't really be trading 1-for-1 when JG has a swarm out, because you're just losing every turn if you're just going 1-for-1, because he's got passive advantage. So he's really got to, he's got to gain some space here to start summoning minions of his own.
Yeah. 3 seconds left. Okay, trees it off. He doesn't want this hole to exist. He says, okay. He's got another few turns before his gate is back. And he's already down 2 minions to 0. Storm Shield cooldown. He's not really interested in contesting Jgsalem at the time. So Coeval is just going to buy himself some time here. But of course, that does allow Jgsalem to continue setting up and try to snowball his setup a little bit further as this tree ticks down.
Now, I'm a bit curious if he's
Go ahead.
playing so aggressively because he's a little bit on tilt from the last match too. Because just someone who's been in his shoes, I'd be a little bit frustrated too. So
Yeah.
he's not usually that aggressive of a player, and he's been playing very aggressive so far. So we'll see if I don't know if his I'm hoping he's not on tilt or anything, because that could interfere with his like decision making.
So far, so good, though. I mean, he's put down quite a lot of pressure. He's using the minions to just passively chip down this tree. These spells are going to just start chalking up the damage that the Living Seed has. Once that is done, he's going to possibly be able to bring out some options to burst it down. But I really think that we're not going to really see the match open up too much until the Armageddon starts chipping away at some things. In which case, Coeval's position is a little bit more protected from the Armageddon, but it shouldn't be anything too much for JG to handle as long as he makes sure he's paying attention to the indicators.
Yeah,
That'd
this
be
tournament,
good.
I don't think this tournament would have been selected if the indicators weren't there. They're just
Right.
not seeing where they're coming is just would be so bad.
Yeah. We've got the minions now, the trees down. And pretty soon, I think we're going to start to see the big attack power come out from Jgsalem, because the advantage that we may see him be able to do is, after he's able to possibly get a Pegasus out and get a Dark Knight out, it can be a lot of pressure since Coeval's not going to have too many places to run from the Dark Knight. But by the time that turn rolls around, he may be able to pick left side or right side to warp. And if he gets the Dark Knight in, getting it out isn't going to be the easiest thing. But we do see Coeval did manage to buy himself the space he needed. He's trapped up and segregated away from his minions, but at least he's got some minions on the board, 2-2.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot here because with how close all of his minions are, he opens himself up to get shock bomb comboed in a lot of ways. He could just kill the Pegasus here, like for free, with the shock bomb too. He doesn't even have to.
There's 25. Now he sends down the swarm, possibly
But
afterwards.
No matter what, he should be opening up the map here. I think either summoning totem or flashing. Probably flashing because it's you like.
Yeah, he needs some space to play. All right, so as I mentioned, it does burn quite a bit of the time to send both minions down the hole. He doesn't line up an offensive spell on the Pegasus due to lack of time, but he's still able to chip it down for 40. He doesn't really have to commit anything. He can just heal himself for 50, get the Prot Shield on, make sure his flight is protected, get his Prot Shield cooldown, ticking ready to go, so he's got something else to do in 5 turns. And right now, if Coeval's not able to respond with any offensive pressure, he can actually start accumulating that Prot Shield. I would not be surprised to see Jgsalem, reach Prot Shield cap at 150, in the next 10 turns.
Yeah, it's tough because Coeval hasn't because he's been on the defensive here. We don't really know. I mean, I don't know if he's shown if he's flightless or not. So, because he's been casting spells that go in both books. So,
Right. Is there Blast from the Past into Capture Pegasus angle?
it would be risky because
A little bit.
he loses. I mean, he goes down to 1 BFTP, and that's very aggressive. But he has been playing very aggressively too.
No, he's more than happy to just get
Oh
his
my
back and
god,
forth.
he's
Yep.
just going. He's saying, "I'm not losing again." Like, oh my
But
gosh.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Like the thing you have to worry about now, though, is now the question is Coeval interested in converting his Pegasus into an undead Pegasus? Because he also has the swarms up. He could make it happen. Similar formula.
He's in. The Storm Spirit just kills the Pegasus outright here anyway. I don't think he's. Yeah.
Okay. Place to the bottom. Nobody's interested in keeping this Pegasus around. And let's be honest, it's not really going anywhere.
Yeah, he's just gonna kill it. Looks
He's
like,
just
yeah.
got it. He's going to get it out of the way. Very nice. That's going to have a significant minion advantage here for Jgsalem. He's got the positional advantage, the minion advantage. And let's see what he decides to do with this Dark Knight. Is he going to find angles where he can heal it up before before he deploys it into more aggressive lines of action. All right, looking for a possible trade on the swarms, or rather just stopping the swarm from getting tick elsewhere, getting the hole ready for the Dark Knight to come through.
This is a very good play by Jgsalem.
Loved it. He's got the 50 prot shield. He knows that Coeval doesn't necessarily have, or rather, not that he knows for sure, but he suspects that Coeval doesn't really have the firepower to punish a play like this. And Coeval's got to be concerned about, taking Dark Knight damage. He can't do anything too gully. You were saying, Oa?
No, he's this is a difficult spot for Coeval to be in.
Yes, it looks very dangerous.
He needs to keep buying space. He can't afford to leave the hole that he's in, so he's gonna have to recast his tree here soon.
One of the problems with that is the tree buys so few turns.
Yeah.
With the swarms, with the shield, and then even a Dark Knight can Drain Bolt it, get a little bit more HP off of it, right? We just see the minions micro. You get the swarm up. Good. Gets it away. Doesn't want to get chained on. Oh, the storm shield on the storm sphere is lost, but I think that he's more than happy to Drain Ball both, to be honest with you, right? The storm sphere has kind of run its course a little bit. At this point, if he... Not 100%. You think he's going to go up and over?
Yeah.
Very difficult. I mean, he's going to lose a lot of HP on the Dark Knight. It can cost him a lot of firepower if he rushes an aggression like this. I think Jgsalem's in a great spot, even with the Dark Knight being cut off here. You just give him a little bit of time, and the Dark Knight can probably play a lot more effectively in a couple of turns. Rather, if he loses some HP on it here, and he loses his Dark Knight, all of a sudden it's going to give Coeval angles back into the game that I don't really see otherwise, as long as his Dark Knight stays alive. But it looks like Jgsalem's making considerations of zone. 2 seconds on the clock, and he just flashes off the backside. He's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, personally, I kind of like keeping the Dark Knight at the top of the map, too. Just because if you're not gonna get the kill 100%, you don't want to you don't want to trap your Dark Knight in the middle and have Coeval potentially go to the side.
Yeah, once it goes down, it's really hard to get it back up with the holes being so small. Even with a Pegasus on the map, it'll take several turns. There's no totem clearing the path for you. Just a lot of work to do to get the Pegasus out of that hole once it's down in there. So Coeval going to go ahead and take his time here, get a Prot Shield on. Not too much progress, but he is struggling to find ways to make progress here. Not really much offensive action he can take.
Yeah, no, he's him not playing the sync book that he played previously is tough here. When he's in the hole.
All right, Carver's locked up with a tree here.
Now, granted, I don't mind him stalling it out here and just playing it, slow, because Armageddons are gonna come in and change the shape of the map too. So it's not, when Armageddon is in play, it's not as methodical, deterministic. RNG can sway the game in your favor quite a bit.
Quite a bit, yes. I am a little bit surprised. Very nice flight there. He's already got the protection shield on as well, just in case of some surprises coming out from Jgsalem. Although it's going to be very hard to hit him from this position. He's not in range of any swarms. But what I was going to say is I'm just a little bit surprised that, that last turn he decides to treat Coeval in that spot as opposed to developing maybe another minion, looking for an angle where he can get the HP on his Dark Knight up. Here's the Pegasus. We've got a little bit of something extra here. I think Pegasus might have been... No, JG's Pegasus wasn't cooldown last turn, was it?
No, I believe it was up, but I mean, this is gaining space under the map, making the I don't think JG has pebbles, right? So it's gonna take him a while to get to him.
Yeah, that was the first time. Yeah, thank you, Pimps. That's what I was gonna say. I believe that was the first time that JG has even casted Pegasus in the match, so it couldn't have been cooldown. It was Pegasus that was killed earlier. And from here,
I mean, the only way to break through this position really is to start charging, because he's not gonna. You don't have pebbles to open up the map, and you don't have an angle to do any damage. So he's in a spot where this is just gonna go on for a while, because he didn't open up that spot earlier. JG, that is.
I just feel like JG does not have to rush opening up the spot. He's already got advantage in terms of protection shield tempo. He's got advantage in terms of terrain and control of the map. The most important thing for him to do now, let me not say the most important, but I don't see why he's not just enhancing the HP on his Dark Knight. There you go. There's the Drain Bolt. That's what I'm looking for, right? Because once he deploys it, he wants to make sure it stays deployed. You only get one of these. You don't get a second chance on this guy. So he needs to make sure that it has enough HP to finish the job. And he had a couple of turns to do that, and I just felt, you don't want to squander too much time and give Coeval some setup. You need to make sure that there's no opportunity for Coeval to start launching a counterattack and giving him too much time. Coeval's already got to burn turns, dig himself some space, all this other stuff. So we do now see the Pegasus does come out, and it is followed by a Drain Ball off the remnants of the HP of the tree as well. So the Dark Knight's going to get nice and healthy here. And now at 190 HP as opposed to 100 HP, the game is now looking a lot more indomitable for Jgsalem, as if he wasn't already in a good spot.
Yeah, so he's got the whole map to develop, when Coeval only has a tiny little fraction of it too. So, I mean, he's like I said, he's just got to keep buying space. I don't know if Coeval has a totem, but he probably should be getting it out, because if he's just summoning minions that are just sitting there doing nothing until JG opens up the position. But JG's not going to open up the position until he's going for a win or going for a sync or something like that. So he's I think Coeval needs more more space than what he's got currently.
That was quite the investment of time for Jgsalem to get the result that it came out with. It was a nice try. But I also think that I think we're past the point where we care if the Pegasus is undead. I think we're now to the point where it's like time to look for offensive development before Coeval has a tempo to get back into the game. But here it comes. The Pegasus has now been corrupted.
I'm wondering if Coeval has Pebbles and Mega Boulder, like if he has a more damage-focused book, or if he has Totem, because there's been a few turns here where Totem would have been a fine play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Coeval had a Totem cooking out for him, he could be creating himself a nice little fortress down here, and not wasting turns on it, and it can do a really good job at digging him the space that he's been spreading his turns arcane flashing for. But you are correct that we haven't seen it, which means that he might be hiding something else up his sleeve. So Jgsalem might also be taking note of that, might be a little cautious about it. Maybe one of the reasons why he is taking such a slower approach. Also, he might have caught himself, as you said, playing very aggressively in the early game, and he wants to slow things down, make sure he doesn't throw, because he is in a commanding position, so he wants to make sure that he maintains that position without doing something overly hasty. At the moment, he's got his Pegasus just stacking up, ticks up to 35 due to natural undead regen, then ticks up to 50 with the healing coming off of the swarm. He did accidentally seem to tick his Dark Knight there, and that's going to be 15 off of its 90, but still at 175 it's sitting pretty. Worth noting, though, that the Undead Pegasus and the Undead Swarms are both undead minions, so they cannot be drained, meaning that this Dark Knight is pretty much going to be sitting at 175 unless he wants to sacrifice his Swarms to gain HP on it, which I highly doubt we're going to see something like that, because Swarm is usually used for transportation as the map develops, and almost undoubtedly, as the match continues to push forward, and Coeval starts making space, and we start to see JG lining up his more aggressive plays, especially now we see the Pegasus is coming in with the HP as well. Most likely what's going to end up happening is that Coeval is at some point going to be forced to warp out of this cavern that he's produced.
That's
Now-
the key though. If you bait the Dark Knight into going low and you get it trapped somewhere, then gating out's not as bad. But if you gate out currently, you just die almost anywhere on the
100%.
map. So, he's getting a little bit more space because as JG's been opening up the position on every turn because he wants to consolidate this into a win. He's got his Dark Knight out and he's got pressure. Whereas Coeval he doesn't have SS or anything. He just has a swarm. So he wants to take that pressure and turn it into a win. That's why I feel like Coeval probably doesn't have Totem because Totem would have been
Yeah, he can't.
good at any point in time here.
He would have cast it many turns ago. I think.
And it would have been great with JG too, so I don't think he has it either. So I don't know. I know that Coeval took Mega Boulder in the previous game with the similar book, so I'm wondering if he just has Mega Boulder still. Could be relevant.
I feel Mega Boulder is almost always relevant, especially if you have the remaining firepower to back it up. At the moment, though, I really don't feel like Jgsalem is in a position to get Mega Bouldered, and we're going to see how that's going to turn out from. Another tree comes out, traps Coeval. I'm not too sure Coeval's going to be too concerned about that, to be honest with you. I think he's just going to keep building his way out. Most notably, I see that Coeval has, after his first flash, started to make sure the floor of the terrain is destroyed completely. Which makes a lot of sense because he sees that he's got 100 protection shield, so his flight is going to be maintained pretty easily. And as a result, it means it's very, very difficult for a Dark Knight to go down and start wreaking havoc because the Dark Knight's going to have no ground to walk on. So not only is he flashing out space, but he is maintaining a cavern in which only flying units can play. And then that means the Dark Knight is not going to really be able to control that space. And when you look at it that way, it makes JG's decision to invest several turns in building up this Undead Pegasus all of a sudden seems significantly more brilliant, right? Because an Undead Pegasus can go down there, it can very, very easily contest the swarms as they are, the Coeval swarm. It can obviously make lunch out of Coeval's Pegasus, and it can pressure Coeval directly, all while maintaining a flying position, and without him having to put his own character in the line of fire. So so I think it was very, very good to have that Undead Pegasus there. But
Needs to block the hole again.
Yep. The Dark Knight can just play up top and the Pegasus down below, giving him threats on both flanks.
Ooh, I don't know about BFTPing here. He's going for a... Oh, maybe he does have Mega Boulder.
Okay.
I mean...
Coeval sees an angle. He's getting spicy.
I mean, he can ult it out of the Pegasus, but he'll get sunk. Oh, he's just gonna tree
2
him.
seconds.
Okay.
Trees, yeah. All right.
Damn, dude. That was a spot. I think that was a tell. I feel like he has a mega. Like, I don't know why you do that if you don't have mega.
It got hot for a second. I mean, he got to use his...
It's either sync or mega there. Yeah.
But I mean, like, for the cost of 1 BFTP, he managed to eliminate the remaining shield on Jgsalem, right? That means that Jgsalem's flighted options are a little bit more limited, right? Because he doesn't have the protection shield on his flight as it is. Now, obviously, you can just cast them both in the same turn since flight doesn't cost a turn to deploy, but it just means that on this turn, if he's going to get a flight and he's going to press protection shield, it's going to give Coeval just a little bit of tempo, which is quite meaningful in this position, right? Because we see it's a very, very dynamic position. And so I think that having that tiny bit of tempo there, where now Jgsalem's not able to launch an attack on that turn, and having to cast Protection Shield on that turn because he's out of Protection Shield, and he won't be able to maintain his flight without it, it gives Coeval a little bit more room to play, even if he wasn't preparing to set up a full Mega Boulder. So, very nice job by Coeval in order to notice that small window.
The fact that they haven't been able to open up the map just means that the position is like where JG had a very, very dominant start to this game. It's now kind of almost 50-50 because Coeval's position is so like it's so protected here, and he doesn't have any way to get in. That's what I meant when I said Flash opened the spot earlier.
Yeah.
Because when he had the minion advantage, he should have been pressuring him if he didn't have Totem or Pebbles when he had the chance. But very, very good defensive play coming out here for Coeval. Yeah, I think when he went out there, he's probably going for a sink, but we will see. I'd like to believe in the Mega Boulder. That's just me. I like to believe he's going for damage, but Flash would have been very good too. Or Drain.
A lot of options now. There comes the Drain that you were just mentioning. That's going to put the Dark Knight up to 205. Sitting pretty. Very, very hard to overcome a 205 Dark Knight. Looking rather indomitable. His Pegasus is all the way up to 125. Just an overall total amount of HP on Jgsalem's side of the map is feeling incontestable at the moment. I mean, Coeval's going to have to bring out some heavy firepower that he has not demonstrated so far. But on the flip side, as I did mention, with this much time, Coeval has managed to charge himself up to 150 Proz Shield. So, once again, he is sitting very, very pretty at this bottom side of the map, because if the main damage threat is Dark Knight looks to simply be sunk, which is going to kill it regardless of how much HP it has, if it doesn't have any space to attack and thusly land on. So Coeval seems to be just simply defending himself by holding the bottom of the map, because he knows that he cannot easily be deflighted. You know, unless Gravity Pulse or Entangle or some such spell happens to appear suddenly, then I'm not seeing Coeval's strategy to be particularly vulnerable to Dark Knight, you know.
Yeah. There's only two things really to solve in a spot like this, right? Like, you are either going to kill them with Dark Knight, or you're going to sink them, because the map gets so small from Armageddon to get to either get Dark Knight or follow it up with like Shock Bomb or something along those lines. And right now it's very, very like this is very static, because there's just nothing. If JG charges his Dark Knight, Coeval's flighted, and he can trap him. So he's just stuck here trying to open it up without Pebbles or Totem. So it's every single time he tries to open, he spends a turn flashing or hitting the terrain. He's not getting any tempo out of it.
Okay, Coeval does have a small army of swarms to launch a possible counter incursion of his own, and it's also worth mentioning that not only can the swarms fly through the hull and start to counterattack the enemy, but they can also potentially bring a corrupted Pegasus onto Coeval's side, and if he manages to turn his own Pegasus undead, depending on the position he's able to create when he does that, possibly with Seed if he has it, or depending on what the spacing looks like, what the terrain turns into, he may be able to, you know, heal up that Pegasus and kind of stabilize his position completely. At the moment, I would say that JG's advantage is steadily disappearing as Coeval is, you know, rebuilding his army and getting his own swarms down, having his own Pegasus taking effect, stuff like this. And it looks like it's going to be battle for the third Pegasus coming out here.
Yeah. I mean, it's boring, but if Coeval doesn't really have a spot to do anything to JG here, I just get more space again and flash away the old tree. Keep the anglet to where you keep the new one. I mean, there's literally nothing else to do. This is the problem with not having like Pebbles or Totem, is these games become these very much like it's just so hard to close.
Yeah. The stalemate angles are just really hard, because in order to do anything significantly offensive, you have to enter a position where you are overly compromised. And so trying to micro these minions and get them into a position where you can actually deal significant portions of damage to your opponent relative to their HP bar, very, very hard.
Now, we'll say that is for this because it looks like they're playing like a mirror matchup. Now we haven't seen that many spells from Coeval. He might still have Entangle or Pulse. I don't know, or Mega Boulder. But yeah, if one of them were flightless, it'd be a little bit more interesting. Because there wouldn't be flight Proz shields everywhere and SSs everywhere. But the fact that they're both playing SS generic and they can't get to each other is, yeah, it's very, very tough here. Tough spot to close. And he is getting pelted, like I said earlier, by the Armageddon. Like if you notice the indicator, it's every turn it's been near him.
Yeah, oh, it's coming. There's another one. Currently, we are sitting on turn 23, so a little bit more than a third of the way through the game. And that's a lot of time for the Sky Rays to start opening up the top of the castle and possibly contributing to Jgsalem's high ground supremacy tunneling out Coeval from this cave. And I'm definitely interested to see what the game looks like once a lot more of this space has been opened. Coeval moving left. Is he contemplating opening up more space to the left?
The thing with the map opening up though from the Armageddon too is that when one person gets a lead, they're probably going to convert it to a win very quickly because there's not many spots for the other person to go. So
right. You can run, but you can't hide in that kind of situation. Another tree coming out. Pegasus back up to full health. Possible undead Pegasus for Coeval on his next turn, depending on how the damage goes here. And it's very, very touch and go because you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you tap that Pegasus and then it lets your opponent convert it. So it's kind of a little game of chicken, like who's going to put it in conversion range as far as the damage is concerned. Right now, though, since Coeval's got the 2 swarms out, he's a little bit advantaged there. I'm a little bit surprised that JG has maintained his Storm Spirit because without Summon Swarm, okay, I was about to say Shock Shield needs to happen on that Storm Spirit for it to remain relevant. If we're not going to put a Shock Shield on it, it's not doing too much.
he's basically saying, I'm going to take your Pegasus or I'm going to kill your Pegasus because Coeval only has 30 damage total. So he's either going to kill it with Shock Shield or he's going to steal it. So I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. This Pegasus is looking a little caught. Its tail stuck on a leaf.
Yeah. That was a great maneuver. I mean, he can't really. Coeval can move the Pegasus up and then the SS and steal the Pegasus with the yeah. It's gonna be tough to do. He might need to.
This is gonna be hard.
Well, I think he can.
The thing though is, if you think about it though, he doesn't have to do it this turn. Okay, there it goes. No, he's got it. Clean.
Yeah,
Clean.
it's because he's at 40 health. There's really nothing. The only thing that Coeval could have really done is kill his own Pegasus and summon a new one, because you needed a new one. Otherwise, you get got. That's why he summoned that one to just kind of like, okay, you have my Pegasus. Now we're just going further in.
You see a blast from the past come out from Jgsalem there. Looking to micro down a...
I don't know. This is close, man.
This is...
Did he miss the BFTP? Was he trying to BFTP that tree so he can get the swarm?
I think he wanted the ledge. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Instead of the spot below. Because I don't think his Pegasus
I
is
see
in
where
range.
he missed. So he ulted it. I think he ulted it. Yep.
Yeah, I think he just meant to hit the ledge there so that he could get his swarm down, but then he wasn't able to. So he'll take the Drain Bolt.
Well, you probably should just take one of your swarms and hit his... Okay. Well, this is... Yeah. This is tough here. I mean, you got to sequence this very correctly. If he loses Pegasus, he's in a really terrible spot.
Oh, the undead Pegasus is in no threat to the swarms. Here we go. There's one.
Now that he did that, what I probably would have done is take one of the swarms and just put it on his zombie Pegasus. It's already at 140 health, just so you can now move and slide your Pegasus across and put it into place, and then you're in the same spot you were before. But
Does he love the spot he was in before? Right? I think.
well, he's in a worse spot now.
Well, he's in a worse spot. Yeah. I
So-
agree. Yeah. I agree.
So I think it wasn't a great spot, but he wasn't losing. But yeah, because he wanted to have 100 HP Pegasus there, because Jgsalem couldn't zombify it or kill it in one. He's just buying time here to get to another tree. I mean, that's really all we're doing here. He's looking, because his spot's not really. There's not enough, like we said, not a lot of space to make any kind of plays here for Coeval. So he's just trying to wait for an opportunity and buy this time. That's a good play. But the issue that I have is even when he gets there, he's gonna still have to kill Coeval. It's not easy unless we can sink him.
No. That
There we
Dark
go.
Knight is not going to get too much action.
But now he
during
can do.
this chapter of the fight.
Well, he might just drain kill it here because it's gonna be put to 20, right? With it's gonna be put to 30 with the two shock shields and his swarm. Then you can just kill with drain, and he's in the same spot.
Oh no!
Oh, that was tragic.
Oh, that's
Oh man.
oh, thinking his own sort. That's really diminishing his position. We were just talking about how the best thing Coeval had going for him was the fact that he had 2 swarms active. He's going to immediately have to replace that swarm. Yeah, there's no question
It's
about it.
basically a Q at that point, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think he's probably just gonna drain it open, is my guess, because then he's in the same spot as before. Oh no, I can't do math. What was it at 85?
It was at 85.
Okay, yeah, my bad.
No, you're not wrong though.
Oh, no, okay, yeah.
No, you're right.
I didn't see his swarm.
Yeah.
I thought he already used it.
No.
No, but now he
But
just
he tapped the undead Pegasus by accident, so.
yes.
Yeah.
Now he definitely can't drain it because he'll just zombify it for Coeval.
He might have to commit to a spell here.
If I were him, I would have
Okay.
gone.
I like it. I like it.
He had a spot there to move out the undead Pegasus and shock bomb triple Coeval in the tree. He wasn't in the tree at that point, but shock bomb triple Coeval, the swarm, and the Pegasus.
If he has the shock bomb, we have not seen it yet.
Well, I mean, he's got shock shield, so he's got shock bomb.
Oh, so he's
But
got
I'm
shock.
Yeah. So like there's when you have. Well, I guess when you're further ahead, you can kind of. I think that you can go for riskier plays because you aren't necessarily losing if it fails because you are already way ahead. But Coeval's not. Or Jgsalem's not in any rush here. He still has 33 turns to go.
Yeah. But you don't want 33 turns to turn into 10 turns because you find that trying to overload everything you need to do in 10 turns often will then take you at least 11. And especially when your opponent is actually playing for the draw at that point. So I think it is reasonable to assume that with the defensive tools and the position that Coeval has managed to create for himself, with the amount of space that he's tunneled and with the 150 protection shield, that Jgsalem should very actively be thinking about how to use all 33 of those turns in order to convert it into a full win. Otherwise he may end up running into some difficulty, but he is going to be able to steal this Pegasus. I don't think it's going to necessarily be around for too long, but he has now recruited his 5th minion.
I guess one of the questions that JG needs to be asking himself is, what's the plan when you do get in there? Because he's got 50 Proz shields, so he's going to have to spend time to bring it up, otherwise he's going to lose the race.
Yeah.
And that's yeah, and Coeval's at 385 health right now.
Even still, you can just send some undead Pegasus after him.
And Pimp's pointing out something very, very true here, where he could saddle the DK, but we'll see if he sees it. Now, I think Coeval, it'd be nice if he could threaten threaten a DK of his own, so if JG's in there, he's not just automatically losing, but that's a really horrible spot to summon it.
Yeah, I don't see how it's going to be able to get any action. I don't even think he could really start to consider that unless he has a
'Cause-
healthy and spacious Pegasus, and even then. All right, there comes
Yeah,
the
the
tree.
only thing he can do is tree. He's treed off cooldown every single time because he doesn't have a choice.
This Pegasus is going to get healthy real quick with all the swarms flying around to eat off of.
That was a good tree by Coeval because Jgsalem could Pegasus up the DK to the left side and charge it from the left side. It was completely free. Now he might just flash it open anyway, and just now he's got two spots to worry about.
But I think you were definitely onto something there when you said he should press his protection shield. I mean, many turns ago, I did mention that with Jgsalem's position, you know, when he pressed the protection shield the first time, I said I wouldn't be surprised to see him have 150 protection shield over the next 10 turns. But he has not pressed it again since.
Ooh,
No, he did press it again once.
this is tough here. He can actually get sunk with a shock bomb, but I don't think Coeval's gonna go for it. It's high risk.
Okay.
He's gonna do his first amount of damage here.
Nope.
Oh no. That's
It wouldn't be the first one. He did get that little sneaky storm shield maneuver off.
oh true. Yeah, I guess JG is at 220. True.
Well, but Coeval's got the HP advantage here. Definitely the minion disadvantage, and I would argue also terrain disadvantage. Tempo advantage now with the Storm Shield could be coming out to make a head-to-head encounter between the two players not look too hot for Jgsalem from this position. However, Coeval's got to watch his back because this undead Pegasus is now looking ready for action, to say the least. Tree's getting peppered down. Also got to watch out for the Armageddon, too. Dark Knight is a little bit close to where some of those rays might be falling.
Yeah, can he? I don't know. I've never done that before. If he hits the Pegasus down, does it sink?
It will sink if it crosses the bottom boundary. I'm not sure if you can hit it hard enough to sink it from here, but if he was able to push the Pegasus into the
Ooh.
water, it will sink.
There we go. A little bit of some movement there.
Yeah. And as I mentioned, you know, we are seeing a little bit of chip onto the Dark Knight from the Armageddon.
Here we go. Here's the Mega Boulder. Oh man, I'm starting to think they don't have Mega Boulder.
Well, we haven't seen Pebbles.
Well, Coeval, did they not mud? I don't even think I have any. I don't think they have it. It'd be real cool if they did, though. I like Coeval getting aggressive here because he doesn't.
He's got the HP.
He does. Well, I wouldn't. Why even? I don't know. Like, I like the idea of going on the top side of the map here and playing aggressively, and forcing, because JG can't. He's not gonna be. I mean, he's gonna have to ladder it all the way to the top of the map because he doesn't have a Pegasus, and then you're actually pressuring him. I think that was an opportunity right there where he could have actually taken the lead. Because
You know, I think that he might be considering an angle to get his own Dark Knight out. Right? Because now he's got his Pegasus set up. He's got the space that he needs to play. He's got the HP advantage with the Shock Shield advantage as well for tempo. And so, with all of that being considered, is he now not in a position where he can start to consider angles where he can summon his own Dark Knight? I mean, the Pegasus.
yeah, no, he can't. He can.
The Pegasi
but-
are doing a little bit of nothing right now. You know, they can't really
He-
climb through the terrain.
See, I don't know what
Coeval's not
Coeval
under
has in his
threat.
book because he's not using any new spells. He's just cycling the same 5. But if he has any kind of DPS, like, I mean, that was an opportunity where you could start to go on the aggressive because JG only has 50 Proz Shield. You have 150. And he's not going to DK you from that position, and so like you're in a spot there to start taking the reins. But now he's back to square one. He's trapped on the left side.
How trapped is he really, though? I mean,
Probably would have been
But-
helpful for counting the BFTPs. I don't know how many they have each. But I mean, he's trapped in the sense that if he wants to get out, he has to lose his flight. Okay, thank you, pimps. Yeah, they have 1 each. I mean, it's starting to heat up in here, man. We got
It's
some, get
definitely-
some action.
we are counting down until the players start playing spells with each other.
Oh,
And just as I
shit.
mentioned, there it comes out, because what is JD gonna do if he just summons a Pegasus here? You gotta remember, JD, he's spent the time now walling off the left side, because you said the left side's open, right? But JG himself put the Ice Shield there, because he fundamentally understood that he's at an HP disadvantage, and one of his 2 Pegasus is not getting too active. The Dark Knight on the right side could get a little active there, but he doesn't want to get Alpha Strike by Coeval because he knows he doesn't know what's in his book. So now, the Pegasus can come out from Coeval's side, and he can just ride it up cleanly. The map is split clean in 2. Neither player necessarily has an advantage or an Alpha Strike angle. So it's perfect time for Coeval to start getting his Dark Knight on board. The question is, can Jgsalem manage to convert any offensive pressure, since he's got the high ground on the Dark Knight, and he's got multiple undead Pegasus to control the space. But the big disadvantage that Jgsalem is currently enduring is that he didn't take the time to bring up his protection shield all the way to 150. So Coeval is looking at a massive HP advantage here. And I think that's going to come back to bite Jgsalem.
If I were, yeah, I mean, it's tough here. I think waiting for the Armageddon to give you an opening is something that Coeval could also do, and playing
Definitely.
around it. But it's RNG based, and so like he's not. Yeah, this is. Yeah, this it's getting kind of intense here.
Coeval can just take his time. Once Tree is off cooldown, he can use Tree to block the space, set up some Drain Bolts, get double Drain off the Pegasus off the Tree, get his Dark Knight up to a attackable HP, and after that summon another Pegasus. He's already got another Swarm down, so now the minions are tied again, 4 for 4, 2 Swarms in play. Now, of course, the Undead Pegasus is a little bit better than the Swarm in some instances, but we see many times that this map does inhibit how Pegasus can get around, how Pegasi can get around. However, at this point, the map has opened up quite a bit, so that I would definitely say that the value of the Undead Pegasus drastically outweighs the Swarm, but the Swarm is definitely nothing to, sleep on, because we have that underground path that Swarms can slip through, especially with both players still having a Blast and a Pass remaining in their arsenal if they need to create, a slight hole to make sure that they can manipulate where where the Swarms can access. So Jgsalem finally starting to neutralize the HP advantage. He's got 5 turns and a loss of tempo, having to cast it another time. I mean, you want to invest the tempo to get that protection shield up when the game is slow and at a standstill, not on the heat up phase. So let's see if Coeval is able to dig himself, both figuratively and literally, out of this hole, and convert that HP advantage and that tempo advantage that he has from the turn that it's going to take to heal that 50 into some offensive pressure, now that he's got this Dark Knight on board. Now, the good news for Jgsalem is that he did eventually take the time to get his own Dark Knight up to an extremely respectable health. So whereas his character may be a little bit behind on the HV, he's definitely behind in getting his Dark Knight healed up. But there's the Far Seed coming out, and it's very, very possible that on the following turn, he takes the Pegasus, flies up his Dark Knight into an attackable position, maybe not yet ready to attack, but he gets into a position maybe on that ledge right underneath the tree, and then lines up a double drain with his Dark Knight onto the Pegasus, onto the tree, gets it into some, respectable health totals, and then basically starts waging warfare right back on Jgsalem, and then we got ourselves some real heat. But we'll see what the players do end up doing. Right now, Jgsalem.
I think
What's up?
the what's going to happen is the Armageddon is going to be the deciding fact. Like, if this is going to move to a spot because they're playing so passive, the Armageddon is just going to be the thing that's going to the catalyst that ends the game. Because he's got Mech Arrow. Okay.
Mech Arrow hitting the Pegasus is not what you want to see. I don't know if he was aiming at the Pegasus or if he was just trying to maybe gain some HP tempo into the Dark Knight. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you only have 2 charges of Mechanical Arrow, and I think
no, Mech Arrow recharges every 5 turns, so that's why I'm surprised to see Mech Arrow, because it's turn 35 and we see Mech Arrow for the first time, and usually Mech Arrow is because it recharges, you gain more value over time the more you use it, and it's just
right.
I guess he was in a spot where he really couldn't use it because of how
he had nothing to shoot. Right.
Yeah.
Coeval's under the map, no access. Now hold on, is my brain lagging? Oh, what did Coeval just do on his most recent turn after the Mech Arrow?
He prodded the Pegasus.
Oh, he used Protection Shield on the Pegasus.
Yes, I don't know. I think that just because Mech Arrow has a 5-turn cooldown, I would just go for zombifying the peg.
Yeah.
Because now zombifying the peg is not really an option because you have to fight through 50 HP of prod, and your swarms aren't really doing anything right now. You might as well use it to zombify when JG doesn't have a path to get over to you.
Maybe he just doesn't feel the absolute most... Oh, that's cute.
He's tunneling.
That's cute.
This is Shawshank Redemption.
I was gonna say maybe he just doesn't feel that he's super confident in turning that Pegasus into a zombie, because he probably still wants to use that Pegasus to feed HP into his DK, right? And so if that's the case, a zombie Pegasus works against the idea of getting the DK healthy, if it's your main mode of transportation, because he knows that his Pegasus is going to have to he knows go ahead.
Looks like he ticked the Pegasus so he could use the swarm to potentially block off the. Okay, now he wanted to do an ice shield escape, but he messed it up a little bit. Yeah. I see what he was going for. I mean, it was fine to tick the Pegasus to do that.
Why didn't he just use his DK to do that? Isn't it way easier?
Well, it's he wants to because.
Tell me if I don't know something. Isn't it way?
Because if you do it with a small minion like Swarm, you can use Swarm to block the hole, and you don't really. I mean, it's basically like
I see what
you're creating like a one-way mirror in a way.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Got you.
So that's tough. Now he's trapped himself, and he has to use his only BFTP to get out or a flash. So that pretty much confirms he does not have Mega Boulder, which is very sad. I was really, really hoping that one of them had some dope ass spell, but they don't. Maybe they got Ice Bomb. Probably not. Yeah, but that's tough. It's a really precise trick. If you don't know the exact algorithm, I mean, you're probably gonna fail it. A lot of the times, these high level 60 Gers, they will have like notepads with like step-by-step instructions on how to do certain things, like how many movements you have to do to be able to ice shield and use ice shield your monarch or your swarm and create a hole with it, etc., etc.
Well,
it looks like Coeval's freeballing it, which I respect.
I was about to say big respect. On top of that, something very interesting that this tree produces is a double join angle for the DK. We don't even have to fly it up. The previous tree is a little expired, but we could always just fly down as Pegasus.
He can also just gate here. I don't if he blocks off the top with Pegasus and the bottom is blocked off by the tree that JG just did, then he could also just gate away rather than but there are three spots to be worried about here because that middle section too also is very thin. So if he gets anywhere close to it, DK can reach him.
Okay, flash it down.
He can get DK'd here, right? Oh no, he can't. He
No,
can't because that little piece of terrain blocks it. Yeah. Oh, the entangle's coming out.
That would be crazy.
He waited an hour to reveal it.
Oh no! Wait a minute. Oh, I say it ain't so.
That would be insane.
Oh, there's the last blast of the pass.
Oh,
He's
failed
not
it,
through, but
But
does
he
he
can't.
have? Does he have an angle?
No, he's just gonna get his You see how he has to block it? Yeah, he has to block it. So they're both. Well, no, Coeval still has BFTP, and Jgsalem's completely out.
Jgsalem coming out, very good development here. I like this.
It genuinely looked like he was going for an entangle. I don't know why else he would do that. But I mean, entangle's not great if he has Pegasus in an open. Oh yeah, pulse 2. That's
you
a
know
great
what?
point.
No. Wait. There's one other thing he could have.
Yeah, pulse 2.
Even beyond that, he could have looked for a sanctuary, and it could be one of the reasons why he's not so adamant.
That would be very baller at taking SS and Flight and Proz Shield and Sanctuary in the same book. I don't think he's doing that.
It would be crazy, but I've seen it before. Oh, actually, Pimps is right. He's already revealed 15 spells, so he can't have the 2 spells remaining.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
I don't think that's right, Nev, because if he had Totem, he would have summoned it on like the 30 turns. He could have won the game if he had Totem.
Okay, finally, we see Coeval taking the time to put the HP here on the Dark Knight. I guess he just didn't have too much else to do this turn. He's at 4/4 minions. He's at 100% Proz Shield. He doesn't really have an angle in which he can directly attack his opponent. And
That tree's gonna get opened up though on Coeval's turn. I think it dies and then the Arma hits it. Yep. I feel like it probably is grab pulse because it was you'd have to hit it on his left side, I think, right, to sync.
yeah.
And I don't see why else he would BFTP toward him. It makes no sense. And he wouldn't have had any chance to reveal grab pulse or any reason to reveal grab pulse up until now. So that makes sense.
I still stand by the protection
Pimps,
shield on the
Pimps,
Pegasus.
correct me if I'm wrong, though. Do you not have to hit the left side of him in order to sink him there? So like there's a little bit of a risk because you can miss. Because if he hits the right side of him, he just falls into the terrain, does he not?
I do still stand by
Ooh, okay.
Coeval's decision not to focus on making his Pegasus undead so early. I think getting the Dark Knight's health up, very, very important in this kind of situation. And I think that getting the Dark Knight's health up is dependent on this Pegasus not being undead. And although I think it was possibly an accident that he ticked it with the Swarm the one time, you can see here it being at 55 HP after taking Drain Bolt leaves him with a lot of options. Versus if it was at a lower HP total, the Drain Bolt wouldn't have really been a very favorable angle.
Yeah, so, yeah, I don't think it was an accident, though, because he didn't want it to have aura so he could Ice Shield and then fly out.
Right.
But, I don't think JG has Totem. He had Totem would have led to giant lead at any point in time in the first hour of this game, where Coeval was at the
Yeah.
bottom of the map.
Yeah, I don't
So-
think Totem is. I do
he
not
would've
think
sunk
Totem
his,
is in the books here. It's not looking like a Totem angle.
It would have been the second minion he summoned, but yeah. I don't know what it is. It could be Ice Shield. I mean, I don't know why he. Oh no, it is. He has Ice Shield. I'm dumb. Yeah, Ice Shield at the top. Yeah. I think he did. Is it 15 spells revealed for JG?
We've seen something about that. That seems right.
Or is it 13 and?
You know, I meant to take notes of it, but
Oh, I just got a notification. Oh, yep. It's Pimp showing me that it is possible. Yeah, so he could have grab pulsed him.
okay, we sync the minion and get a fresh one. Very nice. That keeps the protection shield cooldown active while regenerating the HP. Very, very heads up play there.
Yeah, I guess Tangle could be Pulse. Either one of them. I mean, Tangle makes sense to bring over Pulse in the sense that why would you bring Pulse on this map unless if you have DMB or something? Like, this isn't really a map where, like, when the terrain is here, Pulse doesn't really do anything, but Entangle's actually like a good spec option. But we will
Yeah.
see.
Dark Matter
GG's
Bob, very, very hard to use on this map, though, because it's very hard to force your opponent to gate and then to trap them after, so...
Yeah, but the advantage of it is that when there is terrain, and it's not like turn 40, there's usually things are really compact, so you're able to combo hit like minions and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is an angle of attack here for this Dark Knight from Coeval.
Well, he'd have to.
I'm not sure if I want to send him attacking at 130 HP though. That's
Yeah, he'd have to jump it over, then jump over himself, and then it would be really bad. It'd be tough because then he just gets DK'd back.
That's the issue. At this HP total, it's rough. But I mean, if you get to double drain off these two Pegasus, that's a little different. Four seconds on the clock, Coeval. Storm Shield. A minor tempo improvement. But the top of this map is looking a little suspicious. No blast from the pass available from either player. So it looks like that little remnant of tree is just going to exist. Yes, throughout the match, Coeval did use all four of his...
Yes, he's out.
Yeah.
He's out. Yeah, Pimps. Man, this is I bet they could both of them would sacrifice so much just to have Pebble. Just Pebble Shot.
Yeah, just clean it up. Clean up the map.
That's why you need Pebble Shot, man. Come on.
I don't build
Makes
a
it-
book without it. No Pebble.
I mean, Totem
No
works
Totem.
too. Totem would. I mean, I think Coeval would be in a. I'm not gonna say he would have lost already, but he would be in a huge pickle.
No.
if he had-
I'll say it straight. I think if Jgsalem had Totem in his book, this particular game, it would have converted to a win.
Yeah, because he was so far ahead in the first 3 turns.
Yeah, yes, he had a massive positional advantage, and Coeval had so much time. But I will certainly commend both players. I think that JG did such a great job of getting the Pegasus control in his favor. And I think Coeval did a really good job at stalling out in order to get himself in a position to strike back. To be honest, I see this game going to a draw. With 18 turns left on the clock, nobody's HP ticking down.
Yeah.
I'm really not seeing how anybody's going to be able to land a fishing play, and I don't think either of these players is undisciplined enough to put themselves in a compromised position to lose the match. And I think the only way that you could win the match is to do that. So I'm seeing this as a draw. I think we will be seeing another game after this.
Well, I mean, well, no, it's not. It's not good. This is the spot where Coeval needs his grab pulls.
I mean, look at it this way, right? Like, let's say the Dark Knights are finding an angle to hit, right? Like, you're going through 150 prot shield with swarms everywhere to counterattack you.
The JG's in the spot where if he can open up the map, and like if one person sinks, it's just over because there's like no spots to go to.
Yeah,
that's
100%.
really.
But I don't think either player is gonna let themselves get sunk from here. I mean, that would
they
be...
just their books are too principled.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't even be surprised. I don't know, like, I'll have to ask Ink if it's in the rule set, but I wouldn't even be surprised if the players just straight up offer draw from this position and just move into the next game. Like...
Yeah. You know, it's
allowed? Yeah. Like... I mean, not that... Listen, I'm all for playing for the win. I'm a big fan of playing for the win, but I mean, we've seen the books, we see what's available. So unless one player really thinks that they can convert the position into a win, I'm not seeing it personally. I don't see how you convert this position into a win.
So I would, and I'm someone who very frequently speaks out against these types of board states because I think that they're lame. But I think that in a tournament setting, the reason you shouldn't do that is because you want them to exert as much mental effort as they can. Right, so like even if this game is a draw, let them play out the next 17 turns because this is a game of mental endurance at this point, and you want to make sure like maybe they slip up because you made them go 17 turns extra one game where they shouldn't have, where you could have drawn, and you knew it was going to draw, and then that converts into a mistake later on. So I think that this is fine. You just got to keep your focus up because, like I said, like one sink and the game's probably over. So you just.
Sure.
Keep things, and there's the Armageddon coming in to kill that tree and that swarm. Or not swarm, the spirit. Storm spirit.
No, it's the storm spirit.
But yes, everyone in the lobby is correct. It is. I wouldn't necessarily blame them if they drew, but I think there's reasons not to, just because. It depends on how deep are you willing to dig into this set. Because Coeval's already had a qualifier match where I think it was like 3 hours long for one match, so. And yes, that is completely correct. Nev said in the lobby chat, whoever moves first loses their DK, which is why they're so afraid to. Which is why they're so afraid to do anything. That's why Totem's so good.
Exactly, because Totem just creates the opportunity for you without you having to commit your turn or your tempo. We do see Coeval throw up the draw offer, and we'll see if JG is going to reserve his right to play for his win. But I mean, we are now on turn 45, and I'm just finding it really hard to see one of these players lose 400 HP in the next 15 turns.
It's not even 15 either, because they're full health, so they can sink themselves and skip their turn in the water multiple times because they're so healthy. All right, got a little motion going on here.
We will know in the next 3 turns if there's an angle for a win to happen. We see a tick for 15.
Oh hell yeah, dude! Did 15 damage. He was at what 380? It's like 20. It's like 27 more times, and he's got it.
I mean, Coeval, he'll find the time to. Okay, so his tree's here. This Pegasus is blocked off. But what I was gonna say is Coeval will find the time to replenish that protection shield if and when he needs to. Even as Pegasus is at 180 HP.
I mean, him doing that is just like kind of the evidence that there's nothing to do here.
Exactly, like what?
I think.
Are we gonna expel firepower on the Pegasus? Like, what do you have left to kill Coeval?
So like, there's the high level play here is to leave your keyboard and get food, so that on the next one you're energized. Just leave, just walk away and go get some food and come back. Yeah.
But I do say, I will say though, that I have the respect for JG, reserving his right to play it out, push through the damage.
Especially after the quick game versus Proz, he probably wants to play. He's got all this energy.
Yeah, he's in it. He's in it to win it. I love it. So we'll push through here. We got 15. Got another 25. This peg is too thick to get through, so it'll just be the 40. Mech arrow coming out. Put a little pressure here.
He could have comboed it if he moved a little bit to the left there. He could have hit them both for 50.
I think Coeval will be very, very satisfied to press the protection shield button from this position.
And which, hitting them both for 50 is relevant, because that puts the death of Shock Bomb.
Very, very relevant. I think he's just going to see if he can find himself a better location that he doesn't have to worry about future mechanical arrows.
Also in a spot like this too, if one of them had totem, they can start just taking away all the land underneath each other. So like there's just nowhere to run.
Easier sinks as well. Once the protection shields do come off. "12 turns remaining."
And I'm not going to say this all stems from JG not flashing the top open when I said he should, but when I was like, I made the point, I'm like, you know, either summon totem or flash open the top here or pebble. Like, you have to do something to press your advantage. And then he doesn't have pebble or totem, and he didn't flash it open, and so he hasn't been able to even touch Coeval since then.
Yeah, I think he did such a good job. Like, in terms of getting himself set up to play, he did a masterful job. Right? We saw... Oh, where's the Drain Ball? Hold on.
There's a Pegasus on Pegasus Crown.
Yep.
Yeah.
He got himself really set up in the sense that, you know, he had the Pegasus, he had the Undead Pegasus, he had the DK, very, very healthy, but he didn't push to start putting major offensive pressure onto Coeval before Coeval was able to deploy his own Dark Knight. And now, with a couple of Pegasus running around, and still the control from the trees coming out, it's just very, very difficult. Shock Shield gonna break down the tree a little bit. Poof. You could see a Drain Bolt to finish off the tree. The second Undead Pegasus even can get active.
Yeah.
Just another tree. You got pros and cons there.
That's
gonna all but guarantee. Oh, the Arma actually finished off the last bit of HP of the tree. Very nice. Good spot from Jgsalem to see that no further action was necessary there. And what I was gonna say is, with this Pegasus there, that's all but eventually going to become another Pegasus. I would not be surprised to see Coeval now flash open his previous Pegasus to give him the option to sink it if he needs to, or fly if he needs to. I think, like, at this point, flashing open that Pegasus is almost as good as just deploying a Pegasus, right? So
I think in game 2 here, when this does draw, if this does draw, they are gonna be taking very different books. Like,
at the very least, Totem's got to be like on the table, if not something else for digging. I mean, getting yourself set up, winning the Pegasus play. Nice drain. Coeval tops off his HP there. Oh my god!
he hit himself right into the Arma. I don't think it's relevant though.
Yeah. I just maybe if it was like 20 turns earlier, but you'll recall on turn 33 or something of the sort. Turn 27. I said, 33 turns left. If you leave all your work till the last 10 turns, you're gonna find that it's gonna take you at least 11 turns. And here we are with 10 turns left, and there's a lot of work to be done. Little Sky Ray maybe giving Jgsalem a little bit of a boost, but
Ooh.
okay.
All right.
Okay. Very interesting, because Jgsalem took advantage of the fact that neither Pegasus is in play, right?
I assume he did that because now he can start shock bombing him too, and the Coeval doesn't have the time to Proz shield up here, so I like it. I like it.
The Proz shield is down. He's got the HP advantage back. His Death Knight is immobilized, or rather, his Dark Knight's immobilized because both of his Pegasus are trapped.
He can't get out though. He doesn't have BFTP, right? So
No.
no
BFTP available.
He's gonna tower.
I'm not sure. I think he should.
Is he gonna gate? He might gate here.
He's got a gate. Yeah. He gates out, so it creates a terrain there. Because the Pegasus just wasn't cutting it, right? He wants to just play a Pegasus here.
Yeah, Nev in the chat, that is completely correct. Let's see if he does it.
JG is still in a good spot. He got the Armageddon to chunk Coeval's HP. He put Coeval also in a situation where his Pegasus are out of play. We already saw him sink the bottom Pegasus, but he didn't have, or rather, he sunk his own Pegasus out the bottom, but he didn't have time to summon a new one. He was overloaded with things to do, and JG found the spot to play. But I don't think you can afford to waste even a single moment here, right? Like, I like how he's spending this turn to micro, right? Getting all his minions set up, and I think he just opened up the spot here.
No, I think he should have flashed it open.
Yeah,
he should have flashed it open because
now his Pegasus can't follow and play, right? Now it's just
yeah. Coeval doesn't have a Pegasus to work with here, so he should have just
Exactly.
flashed it open.
I agree 100%. Why does JG not just use his air supremacy? I mean, in warfare, you achieve air supremacy, you've got yourself a huge advantage.
Flashing it open opens him up for Pegasus. I guess he's afraid of tree, but like, you could make the DK charge anyway if he trees it off, right? So like, because Coeval still has to take a turn to summon Pegasus, so you could still make that play if he trees. But right here, he's probably just gonna DK charge down. Oh no, never mind. Yes, it's definitely Flash was the play. He had an opportunity there to start looking for a win.
If he felt that flashing the previous turn to open up the position was correct, how would it not be correct on this turn, where the position is unchanged?
Yeah.
Now the Pegasus has come out.
Now it's now the whole, yeah.
Right? And
now he can't do it.
You missed your window, right? Because you can't flash now while the Pegasus is available. I mean, it's not that you can't, but it's worse. Let's put it that way. It was good the previous turn because the condition of no Pegasus being available for the DK existed simultaneously to Coeval being on cooldown and being at an HP deficit. A lot of those conditions have faded away. Okay, we do see a charge down, and that's it. The draw is accepted. Jgsalem tries to take out the Dark Knight with his own Dark Knight charge. It's at 6 though, and he will then accept the draw because he understands that even in the universe where you kill the Dark Knight from here, you're not killing Coeval in the remaining number of turns.
Oh,
So,
game one ending in a draw between JG and Coeval, which means we will end up going to a rematch, actually, unless the players decide not to continue the series, which they could. Typically that doesn't happen though. Typically, once a series starts, it gets played out. I'll double check with them both to confirm.
Yeah, that they're ready for their rematch.
Yeah, just to confirm they're both rematching tonight.
JG says sure. And Coeval says okay. So we will see these players load into the map once again. But let's see, they can make book adjustments. You are not required to rematch with the same book. You can make adjustments. And let's see if they shore up some of the weaknesses from the previous game. Try to get themselves more prepared based on what they saw their opponents from last match. Or maybe if they try... Go ahead, talk to me, Alva.
Loki, this is the most exciting part of Arcanists right here, in my opinion.
Yeah,
this decision that they're making is the most exciting part of this game.
I think the same.
There's just so many different ways you can tackle this. They both can play a bunch of different things or a bunch of different types of books, and a matchup difference can lead to a very, very easy win. So I'm very, very interested in it.
I want to see what they're bringing to the table and how things are going to play out. All right.
It might even just be like a Jgsalem takes the same book but brings Totem instead. Who knows? But like, that would be enough.
Or at least, rather, we'll say it could be enough.
Yeah.
Alrighty. We are just getting ready. The players are going to take their time in terms of figuring out what they want to do. They're going to think about it a little bit, but they are both in the lobby. I'm going to cut on my light. It got dark in the time of the last game.
They're in the hot seat right now. I've been there many times when you're sitting there in the lobby waiting for them to ready up.
Yeah.
And it's like, there's all the pressure of like map gen and getting first turn or not. And it's just like, there's a lot going through their minds, I promise you. They both want to win this really bad, so.
Yeah, it's after you commit the whole game one, there's no way you want to just lose game two. You put in all this work, you're like, nah.
Yeah, they're like calling off work, or like calling in,
exactly. like, listen, babe, not right now.
Yep, exactly.
I'm on turn 57.
Okay, here we go. Maybe Coeval gets. Oh, Coeval got first turn this time. Sweet.
Okay.
We get to see.
A little bit of a mix up from last time.
Now, if he decided to go flightless, he's trapped here on the left side. So we'll see if he decides to summon something.
Flightless is ambitious.
Yeah. I mean, this map is like, if you can get like a Monarch out or something, you can, or Pixies, you can walk the whole map without flight. From going from the top down is real easy. It's going from the bottom up is where it starts to, because you have to be able to. Sometimes you just can't reach each cloud. Yep. Well, I'm not saying he's flightless, but
I mean, you don't usually take fairy jump and flight.
I mean, you can taking it in conjunction with Ice Shield is pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, is he Russian? He might be Russian here. Oh, he's just towering.
He's gonna do a throw.
Okay. Now
this is what I had mentioned as a possible turn 1 opener. Although in the position that I said it,
He's
your
planting a
opponent would not
flag
be able
here.
to move.
Yeah,
Right.
he's just planting a flag. It's not necessarily a bad turn because you're in the information
passive.
gathering phase.
Yep. Just a passing turn.
Yeah. See what he does. Because if, like, for example, if he pebbles, says a lot about what he's doing. So
All right. JG positions himself here. Does not commit to flight of his own. Because we do not see... I think if he was looking to use Flight Protection Shield on turn 1, his turn would have been a lot faster. So I'm curious to see. Imagine Pebble Shot from this spot. That would be actually very interesting. A tool that he did not show us bringing last game. Okay, Summon Drone comes out.
okay,
Drone, great, because...
this might be the book you used against Proz,
Yep.
which was flightless. So a flightless mirror here is similarly can be pretty stally. So
Yeah.
we'll see. Was he gonna mud ball? Looks like he's angling for. I don't know what he's doing.
It could be. It does look like he's lining up a shot.
Gangster move here is to mech arrow explosion him. That's what it's the mech arrow, but
Okay,
it's just
nope.
gonna be
You had it right the first time.
yeah, it's just tough because you're just letting him get his minion out and start to gain an advantage here. And he's just, if he towers out, he's just a tower and a minion up over Coeval, so.
Flash out to the left was my anticipation because he's got all that space to play with on the left side. His minions blocking off the top side. Coeval not really able to move in that direction, so I'm expecting Coeval to just summon a minion of his own here. The question is, what is it going to be?
I'm thinking that they both...
Probably just the swarms, right? No, but actually, no, you can't really summon swarms here because the drone is able to just pick it off. Yeah.
Coeval has to trap the drone. Yeah. He's got to section it off. He's got to tree it, or... I mean, that's really the only option at this point.
He cannot just let the drone stay in control. He's got to lock it down.
Especially if he's got minions in his... yeah, he's got to. Yep, and we start playing a passive game here. Now, I'd like to think they both have Ice Bomb in their book, but I'm starting to think that they don't, given that they're playing so passive. But Coeval is in the middle of the map here, which is nice. He's got more space to work with. Full of excitement. What's he gonna do? Is he gonna summon Swarm?
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Summon Swarm it is.
Yeah, just getting our outpost just like last game. Instead of going top bottom, they're going left right or north south east west.
Left right is a little bit more volatile though, because I definitely think that you can see some more action happening left right, especially once the Armageddon starts to get a little involved, right? The thing about top bottom is, like, while the Armageddon is pelting one player, it's not really necessarily putting pressure on either player. But when you get into left right position early, you can start to see the position get blown up by the Arma much faster.
Yeah, it's also just easier to get to each other if you're going left right. Like, it's harder to keep somebody down.
Yep, and you got some over the top shenanigans to also look at.
There we go.
There's the totem.
You know, I feel like maybe JG accidentally took 15 spells last game, and he meant to take Totem. Oh, he didn't pick it. He took the tree. No, that's real bad. That's tragic, man. Given that he didn't sink, I feel like Coeval probably does have flight because he clock towered, and maybe he just has leap as well.
Now, the interesting thing, though, is that with all these summons ready, both players have gotten their arsenal out, deployed very quick. All their pieces are on the map already. We've got already the drone, already the swarm, already the totem. Now we've got the Pegasus and the swarm on the other side. So I don't think it's going to be too long before we see this map getting active. The question is, one, does Coeval still have Dark Knight? is number one. Number two, is he going to be able to summon it when it's available in 2 turns?
I don't know if he wants to get it out as early as possible here. The thing is, Coeval's playing a lot more accurately as these games have been going on too, so that's good. I just I don't know, like he leaped over because he probably didn't want to burn flight because he wasn't gonna flash him, but then he clock towered, which makes me think he does have flight and he's not flightless. In which case, he might have SS still. It's yeah, because if he ticked the drone and not the tree, then he could SS and threaten to kill the drone. But yeah, it's getting getting very stally already.
At the very least, both players have all of their reinforcements being loaded onto the battlefield. Coeval already at 4 for 4 minions at the end of turn 6.
Yeah, no, he's got great totem placement there. That's a great point, Pimps. He doesn't want to have one entryway like we had last time. So he's already got his totem getting a second spot open here. So tree doesn't just block off the one area. I don't know how many times Coeval did cast tree last game, but I think it was like 12 or something.
Pegasus knocked back, caught by his owner. Mudball clogging up the hole there.
I wonder if he has Mega. He probably has Mega if he has Mudball.
Yeah, very likely. Battle for the Pegasus underway as well. 18 health. But
So 13 times then, I think he cast tree then? Is that what you're saying? Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. No, but if Coeval does have Mega Boulder, you'd think he'd play a little bit more aggressively here. He's just kind of walling him off, letting him gain a bunch of minions that he's just gonna space out. Once he shows Mudball, Jgsalem is going to be thinking Mega Boulder is a possibility, so he's not going to want to bunch his stuff up.
What did I just see Coeval cast on his turn?
He Mudballed that area off. Did he not? Or no?
No,
Was that last...
Jgsalem Mudballed the area off. What spell did Coeval just cast just now? Oh, no, I'm mistaken. Because the Coeval's red. Coeval's red. JG's green. They switched from last game. Never mind. Disregard.
Yeah.
So, okay, new question. What did JG just cast on his last turn?
Oh,
there's your Mega Boulder.
What the hell?
Did he commit some Mega Boulder to clear the top and open drone?
He definitely was intending on hitting Jgsalem and not doing any of that. That was a miss. Unfortunately, and I respect it, and I did call the Mega Boulder. I respect the attempt, but that was it just opened up his minions, and now he has significantly less kill pressures. That's tough.
JG also has a lot of minion development advantage here too.
Yeah, I mean, if he lands it, he probably kills Pegasus, and he hits him for about 115. So it's a huge. It's a very, very high risk, high reward. Which I am.
On JG's previous turn, what spell did he cast?
Oh, I didn't see. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking at Pimps's. It has a spreadsheet of all the spells. I was looking at it. Okay, Mech. He cast Mech Arrow. That makes sense.
Mech Arrow. Okay.
Yeah. It's just you're just using it to trade 1 for 1 every single time you cast it, typically. So I mean, it's not like terrible, but this map's a little bit worse on this map than it is on other maps because of how closed off it is. Oh snap!
Now we see Aura of
Coeval
Decay
Prop,
starting to come
yeah.
into play. Yep. A spell that I was expecting last game.
The Aura of Decay would have definitely shake things up last game for sure.
I mean, it would have definitely given JG the ability to apply pressure to Coeval in those spots while he was trapped with limited space before he was able to dig himself out.
Wonder if Jgsalem has Spear.
Big fan of Spear, personally. Especially in the long formats, just a way to charge up your damage, constantly apply pressure, similar to Mech Arrow. Alright.
Strap yourself in, Pierce. This one looks like it's gonna be a long one yet again.
Turn 44. I think a player will win on turn 44.
Yeah, I agree, Pimps. The fact he drained instead of speared, it kind of implies he doesn't have it because he loses a free stack. It's just more efficient to do that since he's not gaining any health anyway. There's no downside to keeping spear hidden because you need to stack it.
You have to charge it.
Yeah. Or there's no upside to keeping it hidden, I should say.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't pay to keep it hidden. It reminds me of what was it, season 23, where we were on the water map. Gargoyle became very popular.
On the oceans,
Yeah.
I got second in that one, and yeah, Gargoyle was very popular on that map. That one was, it was horrible. Everyone was taking Gargoyle and taking Harmony.
Yeah.
Impossible to kill anybody. That Armageddon was a lot more ruthless
Volatile.
than this one. Yes. Yeah. Some people that got scammed out of the game, like just completely scammed because the Armageddon hit them like 3 times in a row.
All right. He's got his totem there to dig him out of the tree. He doesn't have to commit too much. Microing the minions. Jgsalem looking to open up the position. Or rather, not necessarily looking to open up his position, but rather leave the position closed so that he can regroup his minions. With the Pegasus dead and trapped off, he's going to have to eventually find an opportunity to summon a new Pegasus, but he wants to make sure he can do that when it's not vulnerable to getting treed off, and when he can actually do what he needs it to do. But of course, now he's going to be very mindful of the fact that Coeval is carrying Aura of Decay, so he's got to make sure he doesn't leave his Pegasus sitting anywhere where it can get tapped and vulnerable. Of course, that trick is not going to work on him twice. He's going to be a lot more aware of this possibility. And he was able to dismiss his own Pegasus, still earning Coeval a small tempo by converting it, but also costing him his Aura of Decay cooldown, where it wasn't able to do much else. So these are going to be some tools that are going to become, or rather remain, very relevant as the set progresses, especially if you can trap your opponent with Seed as your opponent goes and screws into a corner, or Decay can take them down. We're not going to see them able to stack up massive protection shields like we did the previous game. And they might not even be angling to do this. As you can see, the players have not opted into using flight-based strategies, at least thus far.
Yeah, I wonder... Yeah, I still suspect that Coeval has flight, but I can't prove it. But also, just, at the same time too, though, I wonder what Coeval's doing about the like, how's he gonna? Does he not? He didn't solve his digging problem. Like, if Jgsalem is the one who's digging every single turn with a constant tempo gain because he's using totem, like Coeval's just stuck in this box, just waiting for him to break through and assault him. So I don't know how he's gonna fix the digging problem because I don't think he. Well, he might have Pebble, but I don't think that really does anything. I mean, I really hope he has Totem of his own, because if not, I kind of like JG spot a lot more here.
All right. A little bit of maneuvering on that cliff there.
Yeah, he was just. I'm not quite sure what was happening there. I was just. Was he trying to get? Was he trying to get on the? He's trying to get on the drone, but I don't know why. He's
I'm not sure what he's looking for.
Whisper Bomb would be baller here.
That'd be pretty insane. Okay, so Coeval does get his Dark Knight set up. He's got his Pegasus ready. He's got a drone ready.
Yeah.
The next step that I would expect from him is that now that he's got some tempo with his Dark Knight set up, and the hole is nearly complete, basically he decided to let Jgsalem do all the hard work of freeing up the hole, and he will take the tempo here to get his Dark Knight out. But he is down in swarms, so in terms of general offensive minion damage, it looks like Jgsalem has got the advantage where the passive damage comes in. Obviously, the Dark Knight is king in terms of active damage, but in terms of passive damage, 2 swarms on the side of Jgsalem. But can we get the Dark Knight healed up enough that these swarms are not really threatening it so much? We'll have to wait and see. But no trees are currently active with health. Big Aura of Decay.
JG's spacing out his minions so he doesn't, like, he just playing it very safe, because I don't know what kind of other damage spells Coeval has brought. So Mega Boulder is really good as a way to kill the opponent's DK or combo kill them when they summon Pegasus or something, because its AoE so big. But if it's your only way of dealing damage, I mean, you still have to close the game out with DK most likely. So it's like, so I wonder if he brought anything else here. Yeah, because JG is just, I mean, he's got to do something about the totem. He's got to do, and his aura is up, so he could aura that entire spot.
Just make it real uncomfortable. Okay, there it goes.
I would have definitely ticked the, because the damage on JG is irrelevant. I would have ticked the totem, but I mean, it's out there. For sure.
I don't think Coeval has any beef with this totem at this point. I think that Coeval, he's just looking to see the angle of where his Dark Knight can heal up. Because if put yourself in Coeval's position, right? He's going to tree. Let's say if the totem finishes digging before he's ready to play, right? It's going to be a tree. There's going to be some considerations of a double drain, right? Coeval is looking to hit JG here. He's the one with the Dark Knight out, and he's got a Pegasus to accompany it. JG has neither of these tools. So whereas he can control when the terrain gets destroyed, what JG can do as the terrain is destroyed is a little bit of a different story, right?
Yeah, but
on the other hand, Coeval is a little more set up.
Yeah, he kind of risks if he gets his DK kind of mired in like a trapped on the middle of the map, not doing anything. If he gets it, if he charges it into terrain, it doesn't actually do anything, like any relevant damage with it. So it's a little tough here. A
little bit, but all I'm saying is JG is not. He can break the hole open, but then what from JG's side? The game plan for Coeval is quite clear. What happens if the pathway from player to player becomes...
I completely agree. Because JG needs to kill a minion to even summon his DK in the first place. Oh no, he doesn't. He's three.
No, he doesn't. He's sitting at
I
three.
thought he was 4. Yeah.
He did have 4, but Coeval pressured one down with the Aura of Decay.
Yeah. Oh shit! He's gonna kill the drone and the swarm here. 2 for 1 him. Oh, that's very tragic. That's very sad. I mean, he could still... No, he can't. He can't angle it on the drone. It's very, very sad.
We have seen the most tragic blast from the past this series.
Yeah.
15 seconds on the clock. I don't know if this is the setup that JG wants to end his turn on, because I'm seeing a world where Coeval also has Blasted Pass.
Oh, he definitely does. So his spot's gonna get opened here. Actually, can his drone just fit in there if he? I don't even think he has to. I think his drone can fit in there the other way, maybe. Or am I?
Well, if the drone couldn't go through one way, I doubt it'll be able to go through the other, right? Like it's,
Yeah, no,
it's
it
the
can't.
same. It's the same size creature either way, right?
Yeah, I have it backwards. It's if you're moving right, I think collision works differently if you're moving right than left. Like you can move right through some things that you're moving left, you'd get stuck in. Like for example, if that cloud that Coeval's stuck on, to the bottom right of it, you see another little tiny one. You can go right through that, but you can't go left through that. So yeah, direction does matter a little bit. But yeah, no, it's okay. He's just killing his. Now, I mean, he can respond with pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, just get his own drone active.
They did, Usman, and yeah, Pimps is right, and it comes up like going up and down in a hole. Sometimes you can go down but not up, and that's relevant sometimes with like Vine Whip. Because Vine Whip creates a hole that's rigid, so you can go in one direction and not the other way. I know I like Drone. Drone is such a significantly more exciting minion than the ones that were used last game. Yeah. He can combo this. He can still. Oh, see.
Big.
I'm pretty sure. No, okay, never mind. I think that was probably right. If he hits the terrain in between them, I don't think it does a full 25 to the drone to kill it. So I think that was right.
You know, sometimes you got to take the full 50 seconds to look to see. Not that it didn't necessarily take the 50 seconds to make the obvious play, but it might have taken the 50 seconds to see if you could discover a better one.
Yes, I do. Agreed. His what do you want to see, man? Rush? Indeed.
What do you think he wants to see?
Yes, I do.
Right.
I want to see people clashing in the middle of the map.
All right. Pegasus is not going to be long for this world in that spot, but Coeval is set up to retain his Pegasus here. JG taking his time, considering how he wants to make this approach happen. He can use his totem to create a bigger space. He can get his minions active. He can reinforce his army. Lots of things to consider. He also has to think about how he's going to deal with the Death Knight coming from Coeval if Coeval does decide to attack with it.
That tree allows him to summon his DK, which is good. Gives him the space to do it.
What's especially nice about this tree is that it traps the Pegasus on the inside, so there's not going to be any double drain options from Coeval's DK available.
Yeah, unless he wants to lob it, which he's not gonna.
I mean, I just don't see any angle where you hit the Pegasus and the tree with a drain ball with the Dark Knight. So the Dark Knight here can heal up off this tree, but it can't get that extra credit he's looking for. Because healing off a double drain ball here would be very good for Coeval, but it's just the angle is not available for him. And that Pegasus is now going to be cut off from ever being used in this consideration. little bit of last second microing on the turn. Let's see how we end the turn. And there's the Drain Bolt. Targeting the bottom section of the tree to free up a little bit more terrain in that direction. Very accurate spellcast there. Getting a little multi-usage. We're setting up the totem to break yet another entrance free. Not really a DK size entrance, though. Just a little swarm size entrance.
Pretty sure JG just wants to get his drone in the game. It's just, he seems to be wanted to do that since he summoned it. Just get his drone active.
Yeah, keep the enemy swarms under control.
But I mean, he does have the time now to, the space to DK to summon it, and it won't die immediately, unless if Coeval wants to. Yeah, he'd have to ladder the DK all the way to the top of the map and jump it over.
Yeah. JG at this point, he can kind of open up the map whenever he wants. Yeah, there it goes. So it's time for him to start getting his own DK active. The only issue that I'm seeing with JG now is that he needs to get, not only get his DK active, but get it healthy so that it can really get cooking in enemy territory. Okay, the totem gone down now.
Coeval's gaining a kind of a advantage, like a distinct advantage here. I mean, that's what being in the middle of the map offers, too, right? Like you just have more space to work with, and you get hit by Armageddon's less. But he should be just looking to open it up even more.
Flash will tick the Pegasus. Possible angle to just bring the swarm in, tick the Pegasus, maybe drain it with the DK, but he'll leave the hole open if he does this, and leave the DK vulnerable, so he doesn't necessarily want to maybe make a full commitment of this sort, especially since Coeval could then bring his DK in almost for free. We know he has Blasted Pass available to clear up the rubble. So he's going to have to figure out a way to potentially close up this hole that he's just dug out. If he's not quite ready to go on the offensive, because right now Coeval is controlling the hole. With the Pegasus, he can just move it out. Unless that Pegasus is trapped by the tree behind it, but even then, that again can be compromised with Blast from the past. So
He's gonna get an undead peg here. I mean, if he wants it. Unless he kills it.
oh, okay.
Oh, okay, he's just okay. I see.
I mean, he was out of time. That was last possible second cast of
Yeah.
Pegasus, and this is, I would say, this is a very decent spot for Coeval because, yeah, he's gonna get his own character way out of dodge. He's got Swarm plus Swarm. Doesn't mess up the micro here. Boom. And then the Undead Pegasus will come through.
Yeah, I mean, with all this time that he's spending thinking, he should be really trying to get his DK to the top of the map where it's open.
And healthier.
Yeah.
Okay, I like this Drain Bolt option because his opponent currently doesn't have the firepower to KO the Pegasus. Is that true? How much is this drone hitting for?
It hits 25 twice.
Right, so it
Yeah.
could be eliminated. The
Yeah,
question
but
is,
you don't want to.
Can he close it up with the other Pegasus in such a way? Because it's a little risky. It's a little risky to eliminate it, but it's also a little risky to leave it there. You know what I'm saying? Like, right now, Coeval is controlling the pathway with this with his Pegasus. And if left unchecked, this gets worse. Right? He's got 2 swarms behind it, which can rapidly inflate its HP. You know, the thing that Coeval doesn't have is the... Okay, yeah, and that's it right there. We have the Pegasus in front of him to
Now,
stop the DK from necessarily getting too active here.
yeah, and JG's in a precarious position right now, for sure. This is getting very dangerous for him.
Also, we know the Mega Boulder is also available, right? There's definitely angles in which this Mega Boulder can...
He's got
Can-
one Mega Boulder, yep.
Yeah. There's definitely angles in which Coeval can get a Mega Boulder very active here. You don't need too much more than that, because he has his DK already deployed. But Coeval also has to be mindful that his opponent has a DK of his own in the wings. So there's quite a lot there. Looks like, you know...
He's gonna tree off the spot again, or summon a Pegasus, because he's just leaving it
I think
open.
I think summoning a Pegasus after he's damaged the minions is very, very nice. Continue to
Armageddon's
just
gonna-
control.
Armor
Yeah.
should hit JG here. Yeah.
Boom. Big damage onto his Pegasus as well. And he's got to be very, very careful. Orb of Decay from Coeval can come out and...
He can
really-
move the DK over and just charge him for a shit ton. Here with DK, like he could combo kill, but I mean, it's probably not worth because he just gets DK'd back and he doesn't kill him.
His DK is dead if he does that.
Yeah.
Neither of these players has their DK.
Yeah, he'd have to trap him with it,
Healthy
otherwise
enough.
it's not good, and it's like,
Right.
it's too risky.
I mean, it's possible, but it's a lot. Okay. Blast from the past to trip down his Pegasus. And he works back. Now he
Makes
is
sense,
also... Yeah, it's perfect because this way he can kind of control that same pathway in the same way as his opponent. Right? Force his opponent to work on it a little bit. And Drain Ball comes in. Very nice. That way it's nice and healthy, but Coeval does not have the drone to answer back. Right? JG was able to solve this position with his own drone.
Yeah, so if Coeval, he has to move the Pegasus out to drain the Pegasus, but I mean, he wouldn't do that. I mean, that's when it was at 30 or 20 HP.
Right.
But
he's gonna need to commit a 50 damage spell here
Yeah,
if he has
yeah.
one.
yeah, he's gonna. Well, he could also mud it, but yeah. I'm interested because he has Mega Boulder. You'd think he'd have another DPS spell.
Yeah. You can't chip down an undead Pegasus with swarms, so
No, you'd have
Yeah.
Pocket Sand would be pretty baller. That's a spell that's seeing a lot of play on this map. Because of all the little platforms, the sand can fall down really easily, and it's just
Yep,
good.
yep.
It's just a good spell in general because it combo kills really easily. So no Pocket Sand. So his book is very, very slow. He's pretty much his only. It looks like he's got DK, he's got Mega Boulder, and pretty much nothing else. But it's just, or he's just being really hesitant.
now the question is, with this tree being here, the way that it's here, and I like how he inch away from the Armageddon, very smart.
The Armageddon is going to open up the top side of the map too. We'll see
It
if it gives a gateway.
Yeah, any new angle. I'm interested to also see the development this turn. JG cannot summon a totem. He's 4 for 4 minions. It's possible he could look for some... Okay. He further traps this. Now, one thing about this particular seed is that this is drainable, right? You can get the Pegasus, you can get the tree lined up and get a nice double drain in, get your 115 HP DK into some very, very high HP total. So that's something to be looked at as well.
I feel like the map is going to open up on JG's turn, right?
It
It's just-
easily could from the Armageddon, you're saying.
Like, yeah. Yeah, it's just going to come in and I think he can get his drone in. Oh, No, it's just too small.
But another thing is like this Aura of Decay. This Aura of Decay, like, it took out a fairly irrelevant minion. Not to say that a swarm is irrelevant, right? Because obviously the swarm is healing up the Pegasus, and then later it can come to chip you, etc., etc. But JG might not be too upset about having another minion spot available for summoning. Right, we
No,
were
but
just talking about. Go ahead.
JG definitely needs to put it. I mean, needs to put his foot on the gas a little bit here. He's he's somewhat ahead, and he can start to press an advantage here. He's got a better control of the map, and he has totem, whereas Coeval does not. It does not look like. So I feel like I'd be having totem. Like totem is it's the playmaker.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, though. With that Orb
Yeah.
Decay coming out and killing that swarm, it gives you a minion slot to free up to play your
Is he gonna tower through this maybe? No, he can't. Oh, he's just BFTPing, getting a swarm in.
He's got that bottom swarm available to move.
Now he could easily boulder that and just kill the DK and kill the tower. But
I don't know if the word easily, if you and I are using it to mean the same thing.
I just don't think JG. I mean, he's too late. He's too late. He didn't see it. But yeah, he could use that's and yeah. JG does his book doesn't have anything. So like, if he goes down and he just mega boulders it, then
Oh, I see what you're saying. You don't mean
Yeah,
through
yeah.
the hole. You mean like actually
Yeah,
go over there
just
and
go
just put
over
a
there,
boulder
yeah.
on him.
exactly.
Yeah.
Just go over there, put it in between them. It would kill the DK, detower him, and then JG has no kill pressure for
Yeah,
the rest of the
definitely a
game.
line. Definitely a line. Because if JG doesn't have any offense after that, the DK dead, he's got a DK there, that's going to put Coeval solidly in the driver's seat, especially since they're sitting right next to each other.
It's time to get the HP up then, yeah. It's like his DK is so small.
85 does not look healthy.
Well, if you didn't see the Mega Boulder before, yeah.
I mean,
Was it
even
out?
if he, like, you have options to protect from the Mega Boulder on this turn, right? Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
he's got multiple minions that he can use to plug up the hole that
There
has
we go.
appeared. Okay, there it goes.
That was good. That was good. Gets him out of range.
Yep.
I'm wondering, does Mega? It doesn't kill the.
I don't see a Mega Boulder killing here, especially with that.
No, it doesn't.
killing.
It doesn't kill it. Are they just? Is it just to get it low so you can steal it?
I liked the concept of what you're saying a lot more before he tagged his Pegasus with his swarm. I liked it a lot better when the swarm could participate in what you're saying. Because the DK is vulnerable to the swarm.
Because yeah, putting it if it doesn't die here, Mega Boulder is just not good. But it also requires you to get a perfect Mega Boulder too, which you can't do. Well, I mean, you can't do-
I don't think I think after the drain that the Mega Boulder was not doing much.
Yeah.
I like from JG's position, I would be okay to take that boulder and then just play slow again.
My mentality here is if you're not killing the DK, I think Mega Boulder's bad. And if it
Right, 'cause
with
it's your
all the
last
tick
mega.
damage, it's at 125. Can you hit 125 just dropping the Mega Boulder down on something? Like that's high. Like if you do it 100 times, how many times are you hitting 125? Like I don't know. I just feel like it's a risky play. He should have done it the turn before. Oh, okay, then yeah, okay, never mind then. Yeah, that'd be fine.
5 seconds on the clock. Carge is out. Not interested necessarily in being in the position.
Well, now he's got no Mega Boulder, so it feels like this is gonna draw again.
No, he does. He still has a Mega Boulder. What do you mean?
No.
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
you
yeah,
mean
he
no
does, he does,
angle
he
for
does, he does,
no,
he does, he
he
does,
didn't throw
yeah.
it. He didn't throw it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, my
He's
bad.
got one. He's got one of two remaining. He mudballed.
That's the key. How many turns has this swarm just been in the tree doing, just kind of in
hanging
jail?
out. It's on a vacation right now. It's a tropical island.
I mean, if I'm Coeval, what I'm thinking is, you shouldn't even be looking to win the game here. You should be looking to remove JG from winning the game, right? So like you can think about winning the game later. At worst case, you're drawing if JG doesn't have any damage and you kill the DK. So like that's kind of like my mentality.
Okay. We've got a lot of openings here.
Yeah, they're starting to clamp down.
And it was perfect timing for that extra opening to free up, right as Coeval freezes second swarm. So we're gonna see the DK come in, but the DK cannot fit through here. No way. Is that the left to right boundary that you were just talking about? Is the DK trap?
That's what I was just talking about. But I think he can nudge the peg onto it to get it anyway, to pick it up if he needs to.
JG is now trapped in thought. He's down to 2 minions remaining. Only his Pegasus and his Dark Knight. Dark Knight sitting at 105. Coeval's Dark Knight a little bit
Probably just gonna just retree the swarm. Oh, decay.
Was he just out of time with this decay? Talk to me a little bit about this decay. Like, what are we looking here? This Dark Knight is so vulnerable. Maybe
I think he just wants to stop the decay from going over the top, right? Stun the Pegasus or stun the DK.
But I don't think it's doing that.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. the Armageddon is opening up the top side on this following turn, so.
There's a lot of options for Coeval to get really active here.
So there's a couple of things that he could have done here to effectively, I mean, not end the game, but oh, is he just gonna tower here?
5 seconds.
Retreat.
Tree.
Yeah, so the reason I don't like that aura is you can either put your swarm in it or jump in it yourself, and then you can
take it himself.
Yeah, take it yourself, then bring the Pegasus over, jump it over, kill the DK. Yeah, so I mean,
all right, JG's still sitting here at 2 minions, and he's definitely not about to drop the Sanctuary and start going and gung-ho charging himself, and the DK is effectively walled off, so JG is no longer in the driver's seat, but he's far from out of the game.
He needs to block off the. He needs to block off the path. He has no choice. He's gonna lose his DK.
I think he blocks off one path, with his undead Pegasus, and then the other one with the new Pegasus.
It's too open, and then the Armageddon's coming down again. Yeah, it's coming down again. That's just so tragic.
I think you can get a DK over there, no problem.
If I'm JG,
I think he can charge down and kill the other DK.
Yeah, I mean, Coeval's he's definitely got the opportunity to kill JG. If I'm JG, in my mind, I'm just thinking DK is gonna die. Let's go for a draw and just look to try and stall this out, because I mean, he's got such a golden opportunity here to bring his DK over.
Okay, this time we do see that Coeval has spent the time needed to study the position from last turn. He disables the Orb Decay that was blocking before, and there's the Dark Knight jumping in.
Yep.
And he's got direct access to the enemy Dark Knight, possible charge down angle, which could have one Knight eliminating his rival. Spending the remaining 10 seconds of his turn to get a little bit of micro, get his swarm in position for the next turn. And there we see the charge. Dark Knight eliminated. JG not showing any signs of being able to retaliate against this Dark Knight so far. He's gonna D-tower.
His DK is trapped here. I mean, he should have gone diagonal, so he had a path back out. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fine. Because JG doesn't have a way to. I mean, he hasn't shown a way to kill it. I don't know how many spells he's. I'm sure Pimps knows how many spells he's cast, but.
I shield for good measure. Make sure that
To lock him up.
DK is frozen solid in that tree.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just a stall game now. Like,
Not too stall. I mean, this DK can always cut his way down.
no, I
right?
mean, from the perspective of JG, I should say.
Yes,
Like, that's
yeah,
like we're just trying to go to turn 60. Because I don't know what else he has. He hasn't shown anything. He doesn't have spear. So yeah, he's just looking to draw this up. Coeval's in the driver's seat now. If JG can trap or kill the DK, we're in business. Because then he just has one Mega Boulder he has to watch out for, and then it's pretty much a draw.
Getting ticked from that angle is rough because that HP is absolutely gonna matter. I think it's a little premature to charge out here, but I could also see him not wanting to take too much chip from possible drains from an Undead Pegasus or things of this nature. Nope, he disagrees. He said, "Sup, guys? My name's Dark Knight." Now that being said, 100 damage is no small feat to deal. Does he have the spell necessary to disable? He's got no swarm able to ticket for anything extra than what the Pegasus has already done. Blast of the Past maybe can lower its total a little bit.
So it looks like he's just gonna tower or Pegasus. Pegasus doesn't seem like okay. He's got mud. Okay, has he revealed? There's been like 3 mud balls cast this game. I think 2 of them have been.
Both players have cast Mud Ball. I'm pretty sure. Let me
Okay.
double check my notes. Yes, Coeval on turn 3 and JG on turn 6.
Okay. For some reason, I thought Coeval did it on turn 6 too. So, all right, right on.
No, wait a minute. No, Mud Ball was cast twice.
Okay, yeah. So that is JG.
But I think no, you're right, exactly.
Okay,
Right.
So I doubt that JG.
That could mean that he has Mega Boulder too.
I mean, he might.
It's possible.
I just feel like he probably just has Mud Ball. It's more likely people take Mud Ball all the time just for the control aspect of it.
Okay, charges up and over. But if I'm being completely honest with you, if I'm Jgsalem, I might be willing to commit a considerable number of mud balls to kill this thing.
Dude, yeah, this is pretty much. He's staring into the face of God right now.
Yeah,
He's at yeah.
it's a boss battle. Somebody cue the epic music. There it goes, second one.
That was probably far enough.
Well, we'll find out. Let's see what Coeval has to say on the battle. Coeval, what do you think, Coeval? Was that far enough to not get cut in half? Or are you going to cut him in half? Swarms remaining active. Drone getting chipped out. Most likely we'll see the Pegasus used to plug up that hole. There it goes. That way the drone cannot counterattack very easily. After that, he's got 14 seconds on the clock. You can maybe see him lining up a possible additional charge with the Dark Knight. 6 seconds remaining. There it goes.
Did what, 60, 69? It's at 175, I think.
This time, the Undead Pegasus is cut off from being able to participate in chipping this guy down. So he'll need a solid 50 points of damage. And even if he did have Mega Boulder, it's not going to be good here. Too much blowback on the spell to cast it at this range. Blast from the past to jump up. "23 seconds left. Do we have damage?"
Is he just trying to gate here? I don't understand.
If you were going to gate, why commit a blast and pass?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's got
Oh,
mech. I
mecha.
completely forgot about that. True.
Here we go.
Yeah. All right. So, okay. So now he wants to. Now he's got to fade one Mega Boulder, and we're in draw territory.
The swarm is gone.
Yep.
Excuse me,
It's-
the drone, rather. The drone's gone. Pegasus can get active. Possibly get Coeval up and over.
I haven't seen Pebble from either one of them, so like towering is just buying you so many
Also,
turns.
wait, hear me out. Hear me out. Is it possible for Coeval to go from below, blast to the past, a little bit of space open, and then doesn't he have fairy jump that we saw turn 1?
Yeah, he does have fairy jump.
And so then can't he, in theory, just access his opponent right here and end
You
the
know,
game?
I don't know if he can get through that piece of terrain.
With blast to the
top
past?
left- Does if he has BFTP? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I don't know if he is at 0 or however. I don't know
wasn't
how many
counting.
BFTPs he has left. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I'm
wasn't
leaving that
counting.
up to Pimps. He's got a whole spreadsheet. Oh, okay, if he had BFTP leap, then he had game there, and he just didn't see it. I mean, he's got to detower him. He can't just sit there idly. Otherwise, the game's he can tree, and this game's gonna be very drawy.
How is Coeval thinking to make forward progress? I mean, can he get over is the first question.
What do you mean get over?
I mean, like, without dropping his tower.
Oh,
Not really, because of the top piece.
yeah,
It's-
not
he-
to
he
do
could-
anything important.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
It's not a bad minion.
No, it's good. It is a good minion, but he has got he's got 2 mud balls left, and then a tree still.
Mud Ball limited resource. We can take our time there.
Yeah, sync is puts you really high in the tower, so he can't mud ball this while in sync. But he can easily tree it off though. Or he could do Pegasus. He could like there's so many options here. He needs to get his HP up though. Like that's the main priority here. Get him out of Mega Boulder range. Because if they're just going, yeah, Drain Bolt.
Tree on the... For as long as Tree remains available for Jgsalem, it's a little bit difficult for Coeval to commit a spell, because the last thing you want to do is commit your spell in a position where you cannot finish the game.
Yeah. No, I mean, like the thing is that if JG gets out of Mega Boulder range, then there's not really a lot that Coeval can do to close. He's got like Drain Bolt just drains so like he can summon Peg off cooldown. He has no good way to detower him, and then he can just drain every turn pretty much. And it's gonna be so hard to close the game out. That's why he needed to get aggressive. Oh, he queued?
no, that's
Oh
bad.
no.
That's bad.
Or
That
are
is,
we lagging?
We could. I don't think we're lagging. I mean, he was actively microing minions when he queued. Oh, never mind. We are lagging.
We're lagging. Okay. There we
Okay,
go.
And Starbuck
All right.
is what I anticipated.
Yeah,
Because you
Coeval
start-
is he needs to fix the servers. He's our server fixer. He needs to get out of game and concede. Just no.
Pegasus on the left side. It's not going to be doing much to interfere with the direct blast coming out from this drone. And you were asking about the damage. I mean, that's the nice part about the drone is that it has a very consistent attack power. It must be answered. And at the moment, Jgsalem doesn't have the minions to answer it very easily.
So the issue with it though, right, is that if he drones him for 50 and he drains back, and then he drones him for 50 and he drains back, or if he towers in between there, like you end up gaining the HP back in time because Coeval doesn't have a good way to detower. And then Tree too, yeah. Now, one thing that he's got going is that this armor is about to pelt. He's about to pelt JG. He's gonna completely open him up, so the future armor Sky Razor will hit him, and it might even hit him now. Doing it's dead center on the exclamation. It's dead center. Then it might actually hit I think it still hits him, but it hits the cloud, I think.
This Armageddon is looking crazy for JG right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's fine. Stops him from getting a double drain, but I mean, he needed to. Like, it's just. I mean, it's still trapped though, so it's really not fine actually. So never mind. I don't. But yeah, I mean, Coeval sitting in the tower here is gonna just bind JG all the time in the world. Because again, JG at this point, winning is not on his mind. I guarantee you, he has no thoughts of winning. He just wants to recover and survive.
Coeval has the finisher spell available.
This is what we call.
I don't necessarily see why he would want to. I like how he used the Pegasus to absorb the damage, though. That was very smart.
Yeah. I mean, he summoned the drone so he can. I mean, it can kill the swarms, one, and it also is drain food as well.
Yes, drone very, very useful here. Okay, so we could be looking to steal this because we know Ore of Decay is available.
Yeah, but then it just gets droned though. Coeval really wants to block off the drone. I mean, is it blocked? Yeah, it is blocked. Never mind. I don't think because it doesn't fit in that little hole. Well, he doesn't have a lot of time here.
Not at all.
This has got to be a good one.
Okay, a properly placed Mega here gets the extra credit.
Oh, he does have Pocket Sand.
Sand.
So we did have it. Okay. But he gets drained back. He gets triple drained here. Or he can flash him off. Yeah, I didn't think he had Pocket Sand because he had an opportunity before to get a triple with Pocket Sand. I wonder if JG just retowers at the top of the map here. Okay, it's just alright. He's blocking off the swarms. Makes sense. They've done like 1,000,000 damage to him, but he really hasn't had the time to do it. So before he gets towered up again, it makes sense to do it now. Just Mudbolt number 4 here. Yeah.
Well, he absolutely had to block off the swarms there because without it, Aura Decay just eats his lunch.
Can they get through though? A little. No, they hit his Pegasus. But it does. They do get over though if he's planning on staying there. Well, I don't see. I feel like maybe JG forgot in the back of his mind. I probably would have forgot by this point that he has leap because he leaped on the first turn and hasn't leaped since.
Right.
So
Like, can he leap from here? No way.
no, you can't. I don't think so.
No, I think he just towers, no? Or flashes. Okay, he flashes. It's just a classic answer. I like it that he
Yes.
kept the space open because he wants to avoid JG getting drain bolts.
That's a good way to get pressure is to open up your mobility. But JG's tower should be up here, and Coeval's only good way to tower really is drone. Like, and it's like not even ideal, but it's certainly probably his best way to de-tower. It looks like he's gonna tower here.
Let's see what this Pegasus is going to do. Just block off these spots in case Coeval decides he wants to blast open this wall. Takes the tower, protects himself.
Yep, there we go.
Now this looks potentially fairy jumpable, but he can't then get also through the Pegasus. Can Coeval just tower to break the terrain though?
Yeah, he could.
And then that way he like doesn't leave himself exposed. He did have a blast from the past left. So the blast to the past fairy jump was available.
He doesn't really have the time to get it over there though. It's just
No. I mean on the previous turn, remember
Oh,
saying he was
yeah.
trapped, he could
Yeah.
have blasted from the past fairy jump mega boulder and ended it. It was available.
He's had a couple opportunities to do that, yeah. In this game.
Did he Q? Oh no, it must be
Where's
lag.
his leg? Okay, no, that
No,
time it was a Q.
That was an actual Q.
We're getting baited. We're getting baited by the servers.
Yo. Also, queuing on the turn use blast of the pass is gotta be a new form of depression.
Okay, now we're in the spot where it is so hard for Coeval to close here. He's just because JG can. I mean, he's just gonna drain forever. He can drain forever, pretty much. And he also has tree back up too. And he's only got 22 turns to do this. It's just so hard. He almost border hopped himself. That would have been very tragic. I think he would have actually gone off the edge.
He had multiple blasts from the past remaining.
Yep, he's just gonna try and kill the Pegasus here. Maybe tap the drone, I don't know. Or maybe...
I'm... And he Q's on top of it.
Oh no!
And he gets hit by the armor on top of
no!
it. JG's just sitting here in the tree like,
Coeval.
what is happening? He's like, y'all were sitting there wondering why I didn't accept the draw.
JG just breathed the biggest sigh of relief.
Oh my gosh. We even had this guy over here. We could have at least tapped the drone or tapped the peg.
Yeah, just kill the drone.
Now the drone is gonna be able to tap the other drone. That's just a 2-tapper right there. We don't even have to worry about healing up this turn. Pegasus F 5.
No, the
Goes.
thing is I still don't think JG wins this. Like, even through all of this, I think it's just at best for him. I think it's just a draw.
I think it's just a draw.
If
But
he
I
doesn't have,
do.
he doesn't have
I
any
think
storms out.
I think Coeval could have won until
Yeah,
that
he
turn.
had a few opportunities to win. He could have. I think you were right. He had beef TP. So he had beef TP. Right, way at the 10 turns ago. He was at 106.
Where's the Arma? Right side. Coeval did get his Pegasus undead.
Sorry. Yeah, no, but he could have ended when JG was 106, and he could have BFTP leaped or leapt and killed him.
Yeah.
But yeah, JG needs to kill his minions. He doesn't. His only form of damage right now is drone. That's not going to be enough to do. I mean, pretty much anything. He's gonna kill his 2 swarms here though. That's nice. That's great. This is the reason why we take drone.
Yep.
This is like literally
Eliminating
peak
2
here.
swarms is insane tempo.
Good old
Oof.
2 for 1.
And now at this point, the worst part is you have to deal with the drone on this turn, or your Pegasus is also dead.
Yeah.
Right? Like, see, like, okay, so Coeval gets the drone here, but what's now to stop this drone from start bolting the Pegasus too? Right? 35, 2-tap that guy, boom.
He has to move.
And just like
yeah.
that, Coeval's down to only the minion that he summoned.
Oh, he didn't have to move. The Arma opened it up for him.
Yeah.
He was already moving. He was already moving to the spot. He was antsy.
Was. So he can use this to take out the enemy drone, but like this drone's got its value. It did its job.
Yeah, he summoned 1 drone and killed 3 minions.
It was
buying 2 turns.
The assassin of the ages broke into the palace, took out the whole royal family. The kingdom's in shambles. Now JG's got a serious minion advantage here. Huge help on these minions. I'll tell you something. You're not gonna see drones. Is that Orb of Decay with a stack? That it is. Orb of Decay with a stack. Gonna make 2 undead Pegasus, which you're very happy to have, considering even if you wanted to drain, you've already got your other Pegasus right there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll ask JG eventually.
There's no universe where this guy gets through, brother.
He can shoot from there though. He can kill it, but I don't know if it's worth.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely think it's worth if he can kill it. How else is he making forward progress? I mean, he could summon another Pegasus, but like.
Yeah, he can kill 1. He can't kill both. He can hit 1 for 50 and kill the other one.
Okay.
He needed to aim the other one at the at the feet of the Pegasus.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah,
It's Coeval's last minion.
I just
Coeval
don't think and I'll ask him when he gets in the interview, but I don't think winning this game is on his mind at all. He just with how many times he's escaped death by the hair of his little chin.
Doesn't JG have totem in his book? Can't he just summon a totem?
No, he could, but
I'm pretty sure if he summons a totem and then he starts putting on pressure with his Pegasus with drone control, I'm pretty sure he's in a good spot.
If
How many turns do you have?
we only have 18 and less than that because Coeval.
You don't need that many turns to summon a totem, summon another drone, and put pressure on a Coeval. I don't think you need 18 turns for this. I think you're in a good spot. But I think what he needs to do is he needs to get his totem out so that he can continue to control the environment.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because Coeval just, I mean, he has tree, he has drain, right? Like he's not just stat, and he's at 100 and 158. So it's not like he's just.
I don't think
148.
Coeval's lost the game for free, but I do think that JG is in a winnable position. If
Yeah.
he's able to control how the terrain continues to develop.
It's
and if you
it's
put the
tough.
totem on the map, I think it's possible. I think summoning a Pegasus there is a mistake because that Pegasus is taking up one of his minion slots. He had 2 minion slots available. He can get either a swarm or a drone out so that he can make sure he's applying pressure, applying damage. His opponent does not have a swarm out. His opponent does not have a drone out. So what that means is the totem can break free any path with only one Pegasus available, and that being summoned on the one turn. Okay, there's double drain, so now JG's got his health back up, which is beautiful.
Oh yeah, JG was never in any threat of dying once he got the second Pegasus out.
100%
But
no.
like, yeah, there is angles where JG could win by summoning totem, but it's like at this point, you know, they've committed like 2 hours to this best of one. It's high risk. They're probably just gonna go into another setup phase and try and, because it's way easier to win the game early than it is late, right? So,
But there's almost no risk from this position to summon a totem and attack with the minions.
but like the risk is the risk is that you open it up for Coeval too. Like JG's kind of low on the map as well. Like, so I mean, I could see where I could see the world in which that would work. I just think that
I don't
probably.
see. Go ahead, you talk.
I just think Coeval's probably in the same mindset here. They're probably both like as soon as he summoned the second Pegasus, his HP is basically like infinite, and Coeval's out. I'm pretty sure he's out of BFTPs, and the 2 Qs. I think Coeval's also just looking to go to the next game. They just haven't offered yet. Is my prediction, but I mean there is action here. Like, I don't get me wrong, there's potential.
I think that
Oh, we
a
can
player
get flash
can.
sunk.
I think a player can die in 15 turns here. Gotta be honest with you. I think in 15 turns a player could die. I do not think this is the same as the last position. I think in 15 turns a player could die, but you have to get active. I think that the totem needed to be summoned 3 turns ago so that this Pegasus could get active, right? And I think that we needed to then follow it up, make sure we have a drone active, or you could be waiting to get a second, because the drone can control the minions that are coming out, right? Coeval is sitting here summoning minions. That should not be allowed, right? Like, Coeval setting up here should not be allowed. I don't know why JG is just allowing him to set up minions.
And I think it goes back into what I'm saying, right? Like, I don't think JG cares, because I don't think JG thinks he's losing this game, and he just I don't think once he got that second Pegasus out, I don't think the thought of losing the game really crossed his mind.
He could
So
be winning the game.
I appreciate you gunning for the win. I do. I don't know, man. Like, it's hard because like Tree and Drain are both on a cycle, and you don't have that much damage to offer. Like with there's one what JG has, Drone and Aura. That's it. And Drain.
Okay, if your opponent trees, you have a Pegasus and a drone. This is like 55 damage a turn. It's like
If you can like control them completely, yeah, for sure. But then also it's
but with
not
a totem available, you can. That's what I'm saying.
But you're also not going towards to 60 turns either, right? Like, it's not 60 turns. It would be nice if it was, but once it gets lower, Coeval's just gonna jump in the water and start skipping his turn. So like, you don't have the full 60 turns until it hits a draw. It's more like 56.
Even presuming that's true, it's a safe aggression. It's a non-committed aggression. Jgsalem does not need to move his character into a position where he can die.
Oh, I don't think Jgsalem can die. I think it's completely impossible. But yeah,
So,
I see what you're
because,
saying.
yeah,
So you're saying Jgsalem, he ain't got that dog in him.
he's just not playing for the win.
He needs to get that dog in him.
Yeah, why is he not playing for the win? From the position of Coeval making consecutive technical misplays and just completely throwing his position, there was an angle. JG has the tools in his book to launch offense that we saw in the beginning, but I just think that, once his DK was out, he just didn't. He just decided it was over in terms of aggression. I mean, like, let me put it this way. If you just think that you're not going to play to deal the damage necessary to kill your opponent, and you just think that it's just going to go to a draw, then just offer the draw, right? Then just go to the next game.
I'm with you on that. I'm completely with you on that. And like in terms of how I personally play the game, but see, and
Yeah, like
as soon as you said it, he offered the draw. But like, yeah, I mean, there are people like, for example, let's just take like DX for an example, right? Dix, he's one of the best, if not the best player, in Arc 2 of all time, and he's one of the best, if not the best, one of the best 60Gers, if not the best 60Ger. One of his biggest strengths is he has a really high mental endurance. He'll play and play at a high level so consistently. And what separates, I think, good players from really great players is that they squeeze every advantage they can get. And sometimes that's playing to turn 60 when your opponent doesn't want to play to turn 60, right? So, like, I think that in this tournament setting, the longer this goes, the more tired Coeval gets. You want, like, I think there is merit to not offering a draw even when there was no chance that you win the game. I just personally would never do that. I personally would have just left the game and went and played like Guitar Hero or something. But like this is these guys are fighting.
Wait, but hear me out, right? Like, so I hear what you're saying, but now hear me out. So if you're gonna play it to turn 60, then push the micro advantages you have to win. If your philosophy is that you are going to mentally exhaust your opponent, try to condition them to make mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Then why are we not pressing the advantages that our opponent has given us from already showing mistakes partially due to fatigue, right? Considering the absurd amount that Coeval blundered between turns 90 and 100 of this set, right?
Leave him alone. He's
No.
He's listening to the stream. He's just crying.
Listen, no. I'm not. This is not against Coeval, right? But I'm saying based on what you just said, right? You're saying that the reason that you would continue this game is so that you can mentally fatigue your opponent. But Coeval made significant mistakes in this game. So if your philosophy is that you want to mentally fatigue your opponent to eventually get a win, then what do you call the position that we are currently in? Right?
Well, so
this
is and this so here I'll try and explain it completely. The reason why I don't think JG is going for it is because I think that JG, if you math out every single turn, right? Like, because JG has very limited options for killing him. It's very, very streamlined, the options that he has. He has like 2 damage spells, and then he has a couple of minions. I think that he's already thought in his head that there's no chance he's gonna get a kill, and so he's not pressing it because there's just no chance he's gonna do it, and he'd rather just sit here and guarantee a draw. I think that's
he's not
I
really
think that's
mentally exhausting his opponent.
I think is what's going. Well, I mean, Coeval queued twice like 10 turns ago. You never know. They got a whole nother game, and a mistake in the opening is way easier to capitalize on than a mistake in the end game when things are all set up and everything. So like,
Right,
I think that
expecting Coeval to make a mistake in the opening instead of just taking advantage of the mistake he already made is nonsense.
I don't know, man. So I guess what I'm gathering is like, yes, Coeval's making a lot of mistakes, but JG's book is like, let's say if 100% of the ability to end the game, his book is 100% of the ability to end the game. DK is like 98% in his book of his ability to end the game. Like, Coeval is also playing a control book, right? So like, he's not just gonna let him push with Totem for free and move his swarms in and move his he's gonna play defensively and stop setting up, and then they're both like, he's basically like, at that point, like, it's very unlikely he gets a kill. But
I think it was perfectly likely enough that if he summoned
Well,
Totem on turn 45, that he could have looked for a kill.
When we do the interview, we should ask JG what he was thinking. We'll see if
I agree.
See if he was thinking, I'm not gonna get the kill, or because I just, taking risks at this stage in the game is just not something that I don't see either player doing. Especially,
I agree that the player doesn't need to take risks, but I don't think JG
took one risk
needed.
this game, and he threw a Mega Boulder and freed the top of the map. And
Right, but what I'm saying is, after Coeval took all those risks, made the mistakes, wasted a boulder, queued his turn, hopped into his aura accidentally, right? Like, Coeval made a number of mistakes between turns 30 and 40, right? And then JG made a fantastic play, sent his drone, eliminated Coeval's whole army. Coeval had 0 minions, and JG was fully set up and was not in threat to get mega bouldered. Why is, from this position, JG not summoning a totem so that he can control the timing of when aggression can be pressed and setting up his minions to push the aggression? He already has a full health Undead Pegasus, which can be applying pressure on consecutive turns, uncontested. Coeval has to spend all his turns to redevelop. JG does not have to move towards Coeval at all. JG also has all the minions he needs to
No, and I listen.
to
I
control
agree
the
with you.
space that he can create on his own tempo, right?
Listen, I'm
Like-
on your side,
like-
bro. But here's the thing:
Yeah.
JG's book has he has no closing power. It's just DK. It's the closing power. Like I just don't think that he wants to exert his formulate a game plan around an end game that he doesn't think's gonna happen. Right? He just because he threw up the draw first, right? So he was already mentally ready to go to the next game. But dude, they're doing another one.
Yeah.
I'm down to watch another
So
one.
this
I'm having a good
is
time.
we are gonna go to game
I-
3. We are gonna go to game 3. I want to say, Pierce, you were completely correct. Coeval missed a very
The BFTP.
the BFTP not even
Yeah.
leap wasn't even required.
Oh yeah, because it was
So-
the thin piece land. I wasn't sure if because you're going up. I feel like it's easier to BFTP leap. Maybe it's just the same.
Yeah, leap would have guaranteed it, but even leap or not, there was
Yeah,
a
that's
leap, there was a
tough, man.
BFTP plus swarm plus mega boulder suicide for the win that he did miss, which was unfortunate. I won't go through other potential big advantage things, but that was the one that would have closed the game.
I'd be slapping myself in the face, man. I'd be like, no, just. And then they played for another hour after that. That'd be so tilting, but.
I honestly did not think this was gonna go this long. I was not prepared for it, so I hope this finishes soon. on my end.
Maybe one of them brings. I feel like one of them's gonna bring Rush now. But yeah, no. He had multiple opportunities there to Mega Boulder for a win too. Like when he pocket sanded, he could have Mega Bouldered as well, and just applied pressure, applied more pressure than pocket sand. It would have done an extra 60 or so.
I was thinking that as well. When he had the drone next to him in the sanctuary, that was a good Mega Boulder time as well, potentially, because he was at 16 health on the tower or something like that.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna look for it there as well.
But then he revealed Pocket Sam, so. Oh boy, Pimp's posting.
So
another
Coeval was
one.
in this spot before against Usman, and Usman brought Rush in the last game.
Oh, no,
So we'll
it's the
see
same.
if JG is thinking something similar now that he's a little bit fatigued, just to rush him out.
I don't know. If I'm JG, I bring the exact same book. I felt that although there was a point in time in the middle game where Coeval did have an advantage, I do not think that was based on book. I think that was based on accuracy. And I think Coeval played the early game very, very accurately. And I think he played the mid game with several inaccuracies. But I do not think JG's book was lacking the tools necessary to win the game. I believe that the combination of swarms, undead control, and sanctuary specifically in that spot was highly effective. I believe that his ability to control the tempo of the match with totem was very, very effective. I think the main thing, we're in the game by the way, I think the main thing that I would like to see the players improve on is as they're in the setup phase after the early skirmishes and then they get walled off for one side and the other, is to figure out more accurate ways to make sure that their Death Knight health or Dark Knight health is very, very hardy, because it's almost as important as your own character's personal HP.
The
Very
problem
beautiful.
with that, though, is if your DKs get too healthy, then you have that standoff like we were doing before, right? Where they're too afraid to move because the DKs are just so healthy
Right,
that you
but
can't kill them. And
While that's true, in the game that we just watched, the advantage that Coeval had was that his DK was developed first, right? He developed
Yeah.
his DK with tempo, so he had more time to get his DK set up. And
Yeah,
but
but
the
he also
advantage
had
that JG had was the totem,
he
and I
also
would
had the
like to.
control of the middle of the map, right? Like that's what
Yes.
we're yeah. So like
I
we'll see.
value the totem control in the long run over the middle of the map.
It'd be
But in the
nice if
short
they
run, yeah.
it'd be
Go
nice
ahead.
if they both brought totem. That would shave like an hour and a half off of the game. Like both of these games, if they both brought totem, it'd be so much faster. The sides here are a lot. This is a lot more of a rushy, like a rush-oriented map, since that the sides are kind of hard to access.
All right, we saw Coeval, Mudball, JG, Tower, Coeval, Drone,
Okay.
and then Insta Mech Arrow.
Yep, nothing new here. Well, the clock tower's new. Off of JG.
And turn 1 leap from Coeval. Absolutely correct, Pimps.
Agreed. His could lob a jingle boom here. Would be kind of nice.
That would be heat. That would be heat. I think we did see someone bringing leap and flight in the qualifiers. Actually,
bring leap.
oh, wasn't that you? Wasn't
Yeah.
it you that did
I mean,
that?
it's a. I mean, yeah, man.
Are we lagging?
Hey,
What's happening?
No, he was just
He was thinking. He was thinking.
like Doctor Strange when he's thinking of all like he's just
Mhm.
doing that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coeval's fighting tooth and nail here because he already lost to JG once, and his tournament life is on the well. They're both of their tournament lives is on the line here. True, but Coeval's got another fight if he does win. He's got to win twice. I think. No. This is the. Never mind. Oh no, he does. He has to fight Proz, right? This is the.
Yep.
This is yeah. For some reason, I thought that Coeval played two games in this.
No, it was JG that played. Yeah.
Yeah.
Living Seed coming out. Gonna divide the map.
Thank you,
Once again, we
His.
see Coeval with the space in the center. And this is a very similar position from last game.
Oh yeah, you're right. Coeval played Usman. I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay, I was right when I first said it. He played Usman the other day. So yeah, this one is this is just like they both really want this.
Yeah.
They won't admit it, but inside, they want it.
I mean, I don't think you sit here and you play these tournaments to not want it, personally.
You don't play for 3 hours straight.
No way. No way. And you can tell JG really wants it because his turns are quite limited, but he's really putting his thought into it. Like, he's taking his time, and he's, like, calculating the early game, Because both these players, very strong, very experienced, in the set, a lot on the line, experience against each other, and they're not willing to, like,
the middle of the map here is so open. It's so crazy how open the middle of the map is here. There's a giant chasm between those two clouds, and then there's two clouds that just form like a bridge to the left side. Here. I want them to bring something like interesting. You know what I mean? Like just like something way out of left field. Be like just, it's game 3. It's time to try something, shake it up a little bit, try something new.
It's definitely possible to catch your opponent off guard at this stage, but I still firmly believe that what was in JG's book was quite good. What did I just?
Oh, his
miss?
book was great, man.
And that's not even to say what was in Coeval's book was good. I mean, Coeval had like wins on the table at multiple points in the game. I don't think either player has book issue. I think they have.
No, the first game.
I think they have difficult opponent. The first game, yes. First game, yes.
game,
100%.
they didn't touch each other the entire game. The first game.
100%, yeah. They did not have what they needed. I think they have difficult opponent issue.
Does he ever just flash down here and tick him with SS? Be such very, very aggressive. Nice. Summons his own. Yeah, summons his own. So feels like JG probably has flight then. He has clock tower and SS.
Well, we saw not Storm Shield. We saw the tower last game with no flight.
Yeah, I know. That was
But yeah, you're right. With the Storm Shield, it could be a little bit more indicative of the potential of flight.
unless yeah, I mean having SS here where Coeval didn't bring Sank is gonna be it's a massive game changer. He doesn't have a way to control the SS really.
Now, JG's got to be really, really careful here because
I believe this is like his wheelhouse too, JG's. He's like, I'm pretty sure this is where he's most comfortable, is with the SS generic.
Yeah. But this is the type
there
of
we go.
situation where suddenly Aura of Decay starts to do a bit much.
True, I mean, yeah, Coeval might have brought the exact same book, honestly, or just ran it back.
Right. I don't think Coeval had a book problem at all. I think Coeval had an excellent setup last game, and just through a couple of mechanical mistakes. I mean, if I'm Coeval, I hope that he's not in his head about it, right? Because if he got there once, he can get there again, right? So he's just got to lock in and not be in his head about it. Because at the end of the day, even if he didn't close out that game from angles that he had to close it out, he didn't lose either. It's still anyone's game to win. Both players have the potential. They've already shown the potential in this very series.
Oh shit, he's getting in the action here.
Okay. Very clean.
Just gonna mudball him.
Probably. Dangerous. 3 seconds.
Is
There
that
it
peg
goes.
even trapped? Can you just fly it out? Or no?
Which the JG's Pegasus? I don't think you can move. You can maybe move it down and to the right. I see what you're looking at.
These servers are so laggy. Are you at 0 seconds too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did JG cast on his last turn?
He went up on it and cast Proz Shield. Flip on
Protection
it.
shield. Protection shield. Yeah.
Yeah. It's because Pure spends all of his money on body pillows. He's not spending it on the. I'm just kidding. No, but he needs to. Is that Pegasus trapped? Am I crazy? I mean, I know he's keeping it there for the other Pegasus, but why'd Coeval put the drone there?
I think he wanted to trap the Pegasus. Now, whether it is or isn't trapped, that's
Yeah.
a matter of
Yeah,
discussion.
true. Yeah, but that's what he wanted to do. That's yep.
Yeah. All right, tree comes out from Jgsalem. Oh, I also forgot that Coeval did expend one last to the pass.
I always wonder if they listen to this stream while they play, because I cannot do it. Like I listened one time and I heard someone basically call me a noob, and I was like, I'm not dealing with this negativity. I just had a
No,
crying.
don't do it. To be honest, don't do it. I never make disparaging remarks towards the players. You know, I'll criticize like the plays as is necessary for the commentary, but I'll never make a disparaging remark toward the players. But to be honest, one is distracting. Two,
It's
there's
hella
no
distracting.
tournament. There's no player in the tournament that I am better than. Zero. I am better than
True.
0% of the players in a tournament. Every single player in this tournament is better than me. If you're spending your limited brain power listening to what Pierce has to say about your match, you're trolling.
Yeah.
like
I just remember like, oh, I wonder what they're saying. I tune in and they're like, oh, we'll never win this tournament. He's an idiot. No, they didn't say that, but that's what I was like. Oh, I'm just turning this off then. It's making me sad. But no, this.
Yeah, it's a little
What?
different when
What's that?
like
It's
let's
I
say
think.
you're on comms, Coeval's on comms, stuff like that, because you guys are
Yeah.
gonna have, you know, the insight of a high level competitor of Arcanists, right? Like, I studied the game enough to cast a game, to keep the match entertaining, to be on the microphone. But in terms of seeing the nuance, the micro of the play, like what's actually possible, knowing the numbers, knowing the angles, stuff like this, you guys have a much sharper brain than that on your own. Definitely you don't need this guy sitting behind you, whispering in your ear, telling you what's to play. Like, I think that if you're sitting here playing the game and listening to Pierce commentary, you're trolling. If you think my commentary is good enough that you want to listen to it even while you're in the match, I'm flattered, but also focus on your match. like,
Yeah, it is very distracting for sure. It's like
your match.
Jgsalem, for example, he listens to like classical music because he likes to just relax.
Yeah.
I don't. They would totally ruin his ambiance.
I started laughing. I stopped keeping track of what spells were cast. I saw an Ice Shield come out, Orb Decay from Coeval, and another Fairy Jump.
Then yeah, it's not bad. Given that he has flight, though, he can also just he doesn't have to limit himself to this section of the map either. He can go pretty much anywhere he wants and flash through the map and create space.
Alright, Skyray soon to follow. This Undead Pegasus was not allowed to live. Yeah,
Yeah, it was pretty much
correct.
guaranteed to die.
Yeah, I was like, it's gonna be dismissed on this turn. Drain Bolt revealed.
There's some Pimp
Unexpected spell.
Pimp says he thinks Spear Prickly goes hard in these close positions, and I tend to agree. Not only because it fulfills a similar function, if not better, a lot of the time, but you get Spear as well. So like, there's just synergy, like, because your Spear, if it's in a closed position, Spear is a lot better than Shock Bomb.
Alright, this drone abducted. Usually it's the drone that does the abductions, but not today. Another Pegasus coming out with the Dark Knight coming out.
Coeval has a great spot on the map. He's got so much.
He's sitting pretty.
He's in a mansion, and Jgsalem's in a studio apartment, like a 300 square foot studio apartment. This is very sad. Yeah, that's what I was kind of saying earlier. He should just be creating space. He's got flight, so the more open the map is so much better for him. He can kind of go anywhere he wants.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Coeval's position, holding the center of the map, is what we saw in the last game as well. And JG was able to play out of that position in the last game. He's got a Swarm up, another one.
Probably just looking to undead the Pegasus, which I don't know how good. I mean, you need to clear out the tree or have totem or something. doesn't actually really do anything.
I like what he did there, but now what I would like to see, if I'm Coeval, is to use the Pegasus to bring the DK up to the top side and get a double drain on, because it's a great turn to do it. There's not really a big punish for this, and your opponent doesn't even have their DK developed. So if you get a double drain off the tree and off the peg this turn, it's going to put your DK... It's one chore down, right? It's one checkbox of things that need to happen before you can have your DK attacking, right? And so this is a perfect turn to do it because you already have a tree available with the Pegasus available. It's not every turn that you're able to get a double drain available. You could lock down JG right here, right? If I'm Coeval, but like... Is this actually forward progress for Coeval? Right? Like, I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I can agree that this is not a position that Jgsalem necessarily wants to be in.
I mean, he has to always be worried about the spot opening up and then DK just jumping over the tree.
Yeah, 100%.
All it takes is a single like Armageddon to show up there, and then Coeval or Jgsalem's entire plan has to change.
Okay. So the tree comes, the flash comes, and he's ticked, right? Being ticked from the... Was he ticked, actually? I'm not sure if the Orb Decay actually ticked him there.
I think it killed the tree.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I think it was not ticked. But now the Living Seed on the right side no longer has the HP left to Drain Bolt. So the DK no longer has that option of Double Drain available, which means that it's an extra turn to find a position where the DK can play. Also, with the minions in such a position for Coeval, it's possible that a later tree can block them off, right? Like, this Pegasus has to be careful not to get blocked off, this DK has to be careful not to get blocked off, right? Like, there's a lot of things that you have to worry about from tree from your opponent that can really cost you a lot of turns as well. So, all this to keep in mind. But mainly, we're looking how we can make forward progress. Possible double Star Bolt here. You can... I think he's looking to miss the Pegasus, but he wasn't able to. You know, and so they can hit the guy in the back. Because if you take out both swarms, it's better to take out the Pegasus in that spot, but I don't think there was really an angle.
Yeah, he needed to be a little bit higher. Like, he needed to have a higher elevation than the Pegasus.
Yeah. Even still, he's not going to be too upset. Dropping out 2 minions, putting JG to 1 minion. Coeval's got 4 minions set up. There's an open pathway, possibly to get in. The DK can possibly make a jump in over the top, which will put a lot of pressure onto Jgsalem. There's just a lot going on. JG doesn't have a lot of resources to protect him. There's just so many things that he can do. And so, as we see, the second tree comes out. Very heads up of him to put the tree on the left side so that the drain from the DK is not available, right? If you put it on the right side, while he would trap the Pegasus, he would also potentially set up drain options in the near future, which he does not want to do. He wants to avoid that. So this makes sure that the...
he can lob the Drain Bolt here, but he also... if he puts
you need like to go over and then hit the drone as well. Actually, I like that a lot. And I'll tell you why. Because you want to kill your own drone in this position. If that drone just becomes Drain Bolt food, it's really good. It's really, really good.
Also, if he puts the tree on the right side, he could also border hop and jump the DK over anyway. And then... but he did... he had the tree, though, because DK was going to get over there.
Yep. Yeah, definitely the tree was... we're in agreement there, but what I'm saying is it's very good that Coeval's taking the opportunity.
Oh yeah, I know you love it when DK's got 150 health. Like, yeah.
Of course. Listen, if your primary method of killing your opponent is to kill them with the Dark Knight, and you do not...
No, I agree with you.
Like,
we've seen what happens. The game draws if you don't.
Right, exactly. It's not something you can neglect to do. I think that increasing the health of your Dark Knight is more valuable than increasing the health of your character, because your character is not gonna die, right? Like, they're not under threat. JG got himself to, like, what was it, like 108? And then it's like, okay, well, 108 HP in a Sanctuary, and we're all sitting here like, yeah, he's never gonna die. This is going to a draw, right? Like,
yeah.
The deciding factor had nothing to do with the player's HP. It has to do with whether or not the DK has enough gas to get the job done. So every additional turn that the DK survives is a turn that it's putting on lethal, possibly lethal pressure. It is the DK's HP is possibly the most important number of any number on our screen, right? Like,
Yeah, nice lob there. It was good.
beautiful.
No, I agree with you. It's just I just make a little joke because you brought it up a bunch.
Many
I was
many
like,
times, yes.
yeah. Nah, this is I mean this is I would have done this probably earlier because he has flight, right? So like you can just get in under the map and start creating yourself a little outpost here.
Yep.
Coeval really can't interact with you too easily. Neither of them have summoned Totem now. I think they are both allergic to that spell. They don't like it.
I just don't see the totem lines, and that's okay. I think so. What we saw from game one, in this kind of spot, the best resource for when your opponent is playing flight below the screen to draw up their space is just Undead Pegasus, because you can put on the Undead Pegasus, put the pressure of controlling the space, getting the tick, getting the damage over time, and then on top of that, when you have swarms, when you have drones, you can just pressure your way through. You know, you can put drain bolts. Excuse me, not drain bolts. You can put what is this? Starbolt? What is this spell that the drone casts?
It's I think it's called Starbolt. Yeah. The difference between this one and game one is if Coeval has a similar book, he has Pegasus and Pocket Sand, which means he can break open the stall if JG has one, which is very important. Whereas in game one, he didn't have any, JG didn't have any of that stuff to break open the stalls, so they were just staring at each other through like a fence for the entire game. This game, if JG tries to do it, Coeval actually potentially has the options, if he's taken a similar book, to just break it open and start pressuring. But yeah, I mean he's starting it. If you see this, is very similar to game one.
Yep.
But their just roles are flipped.
The roles are reversed. Yeah. He's got a long flight back home to get this swarm in safety, investing 30 seconds, but we would say it's probably 30 seconds well spent to get this drone back here. Definitely not enough time or space to get 2 drones to tag, though. And I think it's starting to get time for Coeval to consider opening up the position. Nice, keeping his drones nice and separate, not leaving himself vulnerable to any random Ore of Decay or thing of the nature. And he will put down Ore of Decay on his opponent's space. Very, very good. We also see the Armageddon starting to open up this top space here. The Pegasus not able to get out, but it is able to get out of the range of the Ore of Decay. That's very useful. Our Arcane Flash will open up more space for JG to play in, but he will still take an extra tick of Ore of Decay on the next turn as well, slowly diminishing his protection shield. And he's got to be very, very careful about that as well, because if his protection shield falls off while he's trying to remain flight dominant under this stage, what that's going to mean is that he will sink, and it will put him in a very, very bad spot, especially because he will not be able to easily return to his safe house without the flight and without the protection shield. And with Ore of Decay possibly coming to hunt him down, that's really an unacceptable position for him to be in. Pegasus getting peppered down on the left side, and Coeval is setting himself up to put some nice pressure. He is also going to take some time in to bring the second swarm a little bit closer, because his opponent doesn't really have too much recourse. Jgsalem not really able to deal with these swarms at the moment, so that Pegasus is just slowly going to be eroded by their decaying aura, as Coeval is going to use them to pressure down and slowly start to move his way through this Pegasus, with the Orb also there.
If you look up to, he's about that Pegasus is probably gonna die here.
Yeah. Yep.
With the
1 second. Nice flash clear.
Oh no! Okay, sweet. See, is it? So it is okay. So it is just like the center, because Skyray is really, really precise. So I don't know which, if it was in the center of the indicator is where it comes out as. Like I've been trying to trace it with like my mouse cursor to see where it's gonna hit. But yeah. That was very close. Very, very fortunate that it didn't hit it.
All right. With that opening there is going to create a little bit of an issue. So we've just decided to lock up this Pegasus on this,
boxing them out. Yeah, boxing them both out.
Very nice. Very,
no
very nice.
Allowed.
Yeah, I mean, you got to cut those swarms off, because if they get to start ticking, as I already explained, That protection shield needs to be preserved. He cannot allow his HP to dip too low if he's going to use carving out the bottom of the map as a strategy to get himself set up and buy himself time. You know, that protection shield goes away, and you've got no way to safely sustain flight, and you're in a big trouble. Fairy jump from Coeval coming out. He gets himself aboard to Pegasus, gets himself back up on the top side. Possible blast and pass angle to get through here. I'm not sure if he's actually able to.
No, he can't.
Yeah.
He can get over through the trees though, but I don't know why he wants over.
Well, if he gets himself over there, then he can. He's got to be very careful here. Huge, nice jump from Coeval. Not the one he wanted. I'm pretty sure he wanted a long jump. Okay, maybe he wanted to go underneath. But that's what I was going to say.
Okay,
if he gets himself over there, then he can start to use Arcane Flash to free his swarms. Because he can't summon any new minions, right? He's at 4 for 4.
Now imagine JG has aura. Oh my god. Place would erupt.
Would be big. Okay, JG possibly looking for something offensive. Could be a Mud Ball. Mud Bomb here, I think, clears the Swarm and traps Coeval. Could be.
He's gonna Shock Bomb him, it looks like. Oh, yeah, it looks like he's... Well, maybe not. He's probably just gonna summon something, but trap him first, yeah.
Okay. Second swarm. Very nice. Very, very nice play from Jgsalem that turn. Make sure that the Pegasus stays under his control, turns off the threat.
I don't think he can get through there.
No, that was a very ambitious blast from the past, I'm not gonna lie.
So, what sucks about blast from the pasting, so you can get in there, but you have to aim in between the ice balls. But
right.
What sucks is the icon for blast from the past is in the when you're that close to it. Okay, he did get... that's just,
my god.
That's just the worst. But the icon is in the way. You can't make it like opaque or anything, which makes it kind of hard sometimes, and it kind of sucks. But yeah, good. He got through. Gonna kill a swarm here.
Very nice. I mean, you have to. At this point, though, Jgsalem has the time needed to clean up some of the enemy swarms. All right, very nice.
Yeah.
He can clean up some of the enemy swarms with his Pegasus if he so chooses.
It's just... Yeah, JG wants to control take away that path that the DK can jump over so he can actually start using his SS and shock bombs to maybe pressure him. I mean, that's what I would do, personally.
There's an option to just Drain Ball out one of the swarms. You don't get any health off of it, but getting the swarm off the map, not the worst thing I've ever heard of. You know, now that Coeval has committed to a tower here, it kind of incentivizes Jgsalem a little bit to start breaking down some of his opponent's resources, as long as he doesn't sacrifice his Pegasus. Then again, he could just decide, maybe get a Prot Shield up. Okay, he goes for a Storm Shield here. I could see why he might want to be considering a Storm Shield. I thought maybe he would go for a Prot Shield, make sure that his health was high. Not just that his health was high, but more specifically that his flight is protected. Right, he doesn't want a future Aura of Decay coming down and catching him off a bad tempo where he then gets into a situation that he wasn't expecting. Something like this.
If he prots now too, he can SS tick the swarm and not get stunned.
Right. Coeval taking his time, thinking about it.
One of the issues I have with the...
Go ahead.
And this might just because I don't spec too much high times. Like, normally it's just too long for me. But with a book like Jgsalem's, he's like, I feel like in his head he's really looking to like get his DK out and win with that when he has so much pressure as well, like just in the SS and the shock bombs, right? Like whereas Coeval, if you have flight and you have Proz shield, you have that mobility advantage. I don't know, man. Like I feel like there's an angle too to look, but I don't know if he's like thinking that he just needs to get his DK out and that's all. But he could also just maybe just play this a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, I always think that there are angles in which advantages can be generated. You do have to be very careful not to follow yourself into living sea traps. So here comes the protection shield out here. He's being very mindful, very methodical. I think it's possibly a number one priority is to just make sure you do not fall prey to a sync angle, especially an unexpected one. It can be very devastating. You don't want something like your opponent lining up a mechanical arrow, for instance, or whatever the spell may be, or a decay. Just some area where you thought you were not vulnerable that you are. See, just like that. And then like it feels bad if you now have to rush into getting your prot shield up here on a timing that's not necessarily good for you, and especially because when you have these defensive things taken care of and out of the way, it makes you much less vulnerable to randomly getting completely flipped on your head by an Armageddon that you might not have been anticipating as well. So,
right, I agree with you.
Yeah, good for Jgsalem to just get that protection shield down. Also, Storm Shield is a limited time, whereas obviously once you cast a protection shield, it's just up, right? It's just there forever. Like you just have the health. So it's another reason why I think that there's a slight advantage to casting protection shield first, because like if you're gonna use Storm Shield offensively, you probably could still do it the same turn you cast it. Whereas protection shield, you want to get this cooldown.
So you get 3 turns of max prot 3 turns earlier versus 3 turns less of SS is what it comes down to. Yeah.
Yes, and like the Storm Shield, which you probably weren't deploying onto an enemy on the following turn, like it would last longer so that you could find more angles of aggression with it.
Okay, you got it.
Like,
I mean, I like getting the DK over, but the problem is it's trapped. Well, no,
it's kind of trapped. It's not really trapped. It can dig its way down.
Yeah, but I'm saying like now the right side's open too. Like Gigi's not limited to stay here. He can move, so Coeval's really committing to this. He's probably gonna flash for space.
Yeah. But the beautiful part is he can commit to this because his Death Knight has 185 health and his opponent doesn't have a Death Knight, right?
Yeah.
Right, like the cost of committing this motion is not that high.
And he just needs to, he needs to be able to get away to bring it back out to the middle of the map too.
I mean,
otherwise JG can just leave and then it's gonna take him.
Go ahead. Just flash it, no? Like if he just flashes the entire space where his Death Knight's at, his Knight will eat 15 at most, right? And
he can, but like you're losing tempo when you do that. But I mean, it depends on like JG's still looking to flip the script here, right? Like he's Coeval's playing the beat down in this matchup right now, and JG he's trying to find the chance to switch the momentum over. So that's all he's looking for is an opportunity to get in there and take the lead. Because it's a lot easier to press your lead when you have flight and prot and SS.
For sure true. And I think that right now, every turn that passes is slowly favoring JG for as long as he's building this prot shield. So
that move perplexes me. He just jumped his DK over, charged it back the other way.
Yeah.
It's just
I think he decided that if he wants to make the aggressive play, that he wants to bring his swarms with him. From this position, I don't think that the Knight is important for the aggression. From this position, I think that the important aspect is to have like flying damaging units. I think that the best thing that Coeval can do to damage from this position is to turn his Pegasus undead. Right? I think sitting on a 100 health, like non-undead Pegasus is doing nothing for you because it has no offensive capabilities in a terrain that is likely going to develop over the water. I mean, there's no water on this map, but you know what I mean. Like over the water,
Yeah,
we're gonna
yeah,
have a
yeah.
battle of like flying creatures. Jgsalem's there with flight, and we're here with a Death Knight that cannot attack airborne units, right? like. So I think that getting this Pegasus undead, possibly finding some time to swap out these swarms so that they themselves are back to full HP, because I think he's a little bit of a liability with his swarms at 10 health each as well. 10 health swarms can just die to Aura of Decay. They can die to other swarms trading damage at 15, right? So there's just a lot of vulnerability to this minion as well. So JG has done a great job, as Coeval did when he was in the same position, of using Flight Protection Shield to build up on the underside of the map. And if JG is able to find himself continuing to build up that protection shield while using his flying minions to pepper down the opponent, he can find himself eventually creating the space necessary with an HP advantage to put himself in a position where he can start to set up some finishing blows, maybe eventually one day get his own Death Knight out, stuff like this. And I think that Coeval definitely needs to be making sure that his minions are able to contribute to the damage, contribute to the pressure. Yeah.
JG has so much more DPS though. Like it's just
Right now, yeah.
if he gets into a spot where he can start just like if he was moving better, like if he had more space, Coeval is gonna quickly start to lose because he's got shock shield, and then he could also get a spirit out that also has shock shield, so he just has way more minion damage. But yeah, like Coeval he's closing in here. I wonder if he still has Mega Bolter. He hasn't shown. Has he shown? Oh yeah, did he turn one Mud Ball? Was that?
Let me check. I stopped keeping track at some point, but I can say Coeval did turn one Mud Ball. That is correct.
Okay, yeah, I see. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
All right. 3 seconds on the clock. Bar seed. Keep them in separated. Keeps also JG is away from the wall, so he's not able to put more Arcane Flash there to create more space, although I'm not sure that he necessarily needed to.
Well, he's got 5 turns to do it now. The swarm is, or that he just used his tree. Like this is his opportunity to get out and start taking him with SS, because his DK is not out, and the tree from Coeval just got used. So
Yeah.
this is the time to do it.
I don't know how confident JG is going to feel to make
Is he
those
trying-
kind of committed aggressive plays. I think he's looking to drain here, maybe. No, just Proz Shield. Proz Shield is just as good, if not better, than Drain in this position. Because Drain, the cooldown is like it doesn't go on cooldown, so it's better to just pop your Proz Shield, let it tick off of cooldown, and pop it again. Get your health up. Nice tag. Very clean. Okay. 28 seconds for Coeval to micro down this second swarm to get an additional tag. But if he's able to gain that swarm supremacy, that's a huge deal. Beautiful. 14 seconds remaining. He's going to want to run as far as he can, because it also means time that his opponent has to burn off of their clock to chase, which could leave them in an overcommitted position. Okay.
Can Jgsalem escape with 1 BFTP? I don't know if he can escape with one BFTP and get out, and then he could tick.
Yeah, if he it does. Oh, you're saying because there's a tree above and the
Yeah.
cloud there as well?
Well, oh, okay. Is he stuck on the left side of the cloud too? I don't know if he can just escape through the cloud. He's just flashing, hoping to get
He's not
space so he can
interested.
put his
He's
peg down.
not interested. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. That second swarm is quite a little bit far.
Could he not have? I'm pretty sure. Could he not have ticked and ran into his SS with one swarm, and then elevated his DK down with the other swarm, and then charged him and sunk him?
It's a lot of time, and it also
Well, it's not as much time
it
as before because his swarms were in the left side of the map, so he had
also it's true. I agree with what you're saying, but the other thing I was going to say is you risk your DK sinking if you do that.
I guess it really just the worth of it comes down to how much. I don't know how much damage it can do off of a swarm. I don't know if it falls through it like it does with flight. Because if you can, damn, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because I mean, he doesn't really. It really just depends if he has Mega Boulder or not. Because if you can hit him for like 180, 190 and sink him, then even if your DK sinks, you're in a really winning position because you can just get out and Mega Boulder him to death when he TPs.
Yeah. Also, nice heads up arcane flash from Jgsalem there too, because we were looking at possible other angles, but that set him up to evade the bulk of the pressure from this Ore of Decay. Now he'll just go ahead and stack here on this Pegasus.
That was why he flashed space for aura, and also lets his Pegasus block the DK ladder. This is approaching. I mean, but things can change on a dime. So
I definitely think that both players have a potential angle to win the game from here. There's still plenty of game left in this to play. It's too early to, yeah.
With SS and DK, the game could literally change like 2 turns.
I agree 100%. I see angles that both players can try to leverage to push a win here. Obviously, with the DK sitting under 70 HP, which with healing capabilities, right? He could, if he wanted to, he could heal off that tree right here. And yep, it looks like he's going to look for maybe even a double drain here off the tree and off the tower. I've not seen this angle of drain before, but that's how he's positioning. Oh, okay, never mind. He just wants to drop down a little bit.
He wants to cut off the his only route right now, which is towards mid. But I mean, it's all right, I guess. But yeah, I mean, Sport hits the head, like the nail on the head there. The totem is so important. You've seen that like so many times. Like how much
the more I see in this map, the more I just don't think I would ever even play on this map ever without totem.
Yeah, it's. I mean, when like unless if you're playing like a aggressive book, which these guys are not. Because if you're playing, an aggressive book, you don't really need totem because you have like Vine Bridge and Leap and all kinds of stuff. But yes.
JG's all the way down to 2 seconds left. Just presses the prot shield button, which is the correct button most of the time. If it's up. If it's up and you're not at a full prot shield, it's often the correct button to press in these spots. It is almost by far the most developing thing you can do, is to just gain HP.
So all his pressure stems from that mid control that Coeval got early, and then he summoned his DK early, and that just stopped Jgsalem from being able to do anything. Like he just can't go mid ever. And then they trapped because the mid was so open for Coeval and so trapped for JG. But he's just he's just been on the defense for the last 30 turns straight.
Is he trying to line up a charge? What's happening here? No,
I'm
just
pretty.
Flash.
I think
Flash is
JG
way easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think JG just wants to get them low because he has flight, right? So like flashing at the ground underneath him can really like you can change the tide completely.
Yeah, you
So
can flip the game.
I think that's why he's just been staying low because he has flight, and he wants to bait Coeval and the DK to get low so he can either trap the DK low or just flash sync it.
Now hold up. What's that Pegasus HP? 30? Oh, I think Orb Decay is not available, but the second Swarm is available. I mean,
Yeah,
we
he-
just need to get this Swarm out of the way. To be honest, he shouldn't even over micro this Swarm, because if that Swarm dies to incidental damage, you don't care, right? Like, I mean, it's not that you don't care, but it's not the most important thing in the world. No. I take back what I said. You don't let this Swarm die to incidental damage because your minion overcapped. So it's actually just extra credit to have an extra Swarm on the map.
Yeah.
Think about yeah. Like, you. Okay. I'm not convinced that Pegasus actually didn't fit, but I think he's just reconsidering his positioning.
Well, he could have
Armageddon.
just.
He has to be a little careful of the Armageddon, but he's okay. Drain Bolt there.
Yeah, that
Nice.
was good.
Yep. And this is exactly what I was talking about before. The Undead Pegasus is the best way to put offensive pressure in this situation. Because you can't trade Drain Bolts with an Undead Pegasus, right? Like,
Yeah, no, yeah, I agree with you. It was the timing of the game before
Yeah.
that made that because now we have 30 turns. It's like the Pegasus is a threat here. He's got 30 turns to close us out. Yeah, that was tough. The thing or when he flashed it, leaving it with 30 HP exactly. But
okay, Gyro to kill it.
does charge reach though? I don't think it does. It might just like clip him if he goes like perfectly straight down. Yeah, you could also ladder it. But none of them have laddered their DK at any point in time in this match, so I don't think they're going to do that.
I mean, the problem is that if
Whoa.
you angle the Death Knight down, very nice. If you angle the Death Knight down from here, you are asking to let it get flashed off the map.
Oh, is he trying to Mega Boulder here?
That will be a disgustingly sick boulder. He can bring the Swarm down and under and give himself one more step. There you go. Now he has a safe jump. Very cute.
There we go.
Possible entangle. Like, lots of options available. Okay, he's got a direct hit, whatever he wants to do. He's right on top of him. Stuff the boulder.
Oh my god! No! Wow, dude. I mean, he could have just used the DK. He didn't have to do that because I think he just charged down. But you don't have to suicide that.
Yeah, why didn't he just toss it normally?
I think he just wanted to avoid the risk, but you had Swarm there to catch the hit. But at the same time, I think he wanted to gate out after, so he's not stuck at the bottom of the map, which is fine. But that is tragic. But yeah, he wanted to sink both, but it just very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. That was the first time he went for like a big risk too.
Well, I definitely appreciate the effort. That was also his first Mega Boulder. Now here's the problem, right? You can't charge your DK into this spot because after your opponent gates, your DK is sunk and...
Yeah, not anymore because he's out in the open.
Right.
Coeval's probably just gonna go shields up here after that.
But wait, the question is... Does Coeval not have the means to just sink him from here? Maybe if he would have had to start moving immediately. I'm not convinced that Coeval doesn't have the means to just sink him from here without pressing Mega Boulder.
With what? With what spell?
Oh, actually, never mind. the ice shield probably is doing too much. Yeah, like on the left side, it's blocked off.
Yeah, that's. I mean, JG JG definitely saw that one coming. That's why I shielded. Aura doing so much work in this matchup because he's been forced into a corner.
All right, JG looking for an option. I think he's one turn off of being able to use protection shield. Ready. Again, rather, is the word I was looking for. I think he's one turn off of being able to use prot shield again. If my count is correct. But if he has it available, I think he should just press it. Coeval sucked so much of his HP there.
Can charge reach from there? Oh, it just has to tick him first, like literally 1 second, like, and it sinks him.
And it sinks him, right? That's the thing.
It just has to do 36 damage to him to sink him.
If he can charge and
like
sink him without dropping the DK, that's really winning for Coeval.
I don't know if it reaches. If it doesn't reach, it's tough, but because he gives a path out. But if it does reach, then
if it doesn't reach, then Jgsalem just moves his Pegasus from underneath, and then he just flashes below, and then it's just
exactly winning. Right. That's what I'm saying. So it is risky, but I feel like it probably does reach. This is where Pimps needs to recreate it and show us that it does reach. He's our replay guy. Because like you could also BFTP like just like well actually he's out of BFTP, never mind.
Okay, this turn I think we're just gonna see prot shit, especially Coeval's coming into tower.
He can almost flash Coeval from underneath. It's very close.
I don't think it clears the whole space. Okay, he chooses to get another Pegasus cooking. All right. 3 cuts him off from being able to affect the terrain. No funny business, but it's not doing too much. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, like, you restrict the space, but you give him HP, and he was already short on space, so. It's looking a little difficult here for forward progress to be made if Coeval is not willing to trade out.
I just like that he's going for plays now. Maybe it's
Yeah,
just the time getting to him, but he's going for risks, and I like it.
Okay. He puts the health back onto his character after the sacrifice from earlier. Love that. Because he knows he's not necessarily under any particular threat. Flash comes out, cleans up the tree. And I would like to see another Pegasus from Coeval. Coeval would also like to see another Pegasus coming from Coeval, so therefore he has shown himself one, and that's going to give Drain Bolt angles. Because that tower is expendable HP, so Coeval can heal up himself by Drain Bolting his Knight and his Pegasus. Meanwhile, his Knight can heal up off of Coeval's tower and the Pegasus as well. So this Pegasus is just basically a gigantic juice box.
Yeah, I think his mentioned it too, but he should have, when Coeval was flashed, he should have just or when Jgsalem was trapped, he should have just flashed the space open because he still had his peg, and then Jgsalem was already trapped, so he was forced to respond.
Yeah, he had the opportunity to start threatening. But I mean, like, I don't know. Personally, while I agree that the angle is possibly there, it's a little bit difficult to just square up with the Undead Pegasus from that position. He didn't really have the firepower. Because
Well, we know he has Mega Boulder. All Coeval has to do is get like a charge and a sink off, and it's pretty much game because he has got that one Mega Boulder to spare. Like the DK doesn't have to live. You don't have to close the DK. That's why I don't know if charging. I mean, as people have mentioned, there was a charge from the left side, but I don't know. I don't know if charging from the right side would have worked or not. It was really, really, really close because I just had to hit him for like literally 1 millisecond, and he sinks, and then you win.
all right.
I anticipate if this does draw, I don't think. I mean, they might play another one, but we'll see. They gotta go. They gotta go home or they probably are home, but they gotta
They regroup themselves, think of a plan.
yeah, write down some plays, review the.
I don't love Forest Seed here. I don't love it because one, you putting this spell on cooldown unnecessarily in this spot. I'm not convinced that this is the forward progress we want it to be. I am convinced that it's drain food. Like, what did the tree achieve here? Like, I guess it removes some angles in which we feared charge. Okay, I see that. But outside of this, which I wasn't that afraid of charge from that angle to begin with, because I think if your opponent commits a charge, you probably just win. Or rather, your ability to lose is just over with. I think all players kind of acknowledge that, unless you just really misposition. But I really think that, like, you give me triple drain angles with this tree and...
Was he just looking to flash out some land here, maybe? I mean, you have to be very careful that you don't enable a charge, but flashing out land could also force Coeval to respond to, and it gives you a little bit of space, but he has got enough space to work with. He doesn't need any more than this.
I agree. And I think that now that the space is closing up, right, Skyray's opened up the top completely. So HP is now incredibly premium because we're looking at head-to-head situations. JG does not have a DK, and he doesn't have space for a DK. I want to see Drain come out. I want to see Coeval hit himself to full HP. I want to see Death Knight hit a Drain. Get the Death Knight HP up to 200, and then I want to see...
Pimps is still watching. He just...
Yeah.
It's crazy because he hasn't said anything. Just assumed he was gone. He's our spell tracker.
And I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Coeval has not controlled an Undead Pegasus for the entire round.
No, he hasn't. Because there's like no way for... No, he might have had one on the left side, I think. Because he did... Okay, I'm silly. He did because he Drain Bolted him, but
Right.
the problem is it's just too easy to kill. He's got SS and he's got Mech Arrow. So like, if he's just undeading on the left side, but he's not actually threatening to capitalize on any kind of like motion from JG, then it's just dead for free. Oh shit. Okay.
Okay, we do see the Drain coming out. I like this. Let the Drain come out. You let the Death Knight get healed up, and most importantly, let the Pegasus become undead. You need the aggressive capacity from your Pegasus to be able to threaten this position. I mean, I honestly think this position is so cooked to try and approach now. because JG has like the flying temple of death, right? Like looking like Malthael in the corner right now. Like,
Yeah, I mean, he lost his ladder opportunity too. He's out of BFTPs, so like the thing is like that's what the BFTP is really used for, right? The BFTP should be used for every time you use your BFTP, you should be applying pressure to the opponent.
agreed.
And so
Unless you needed to escape pressure from the
true,
opponent,
yeah,
but right.
that's true. But like now, every single time that they've ran out of BFTPs, they've gotten into this spot, and we'll see like BFTP like in the first game, Coeval used all. He used like 3 BFTPs within like the first like 10 or 15 turns or something. So like it's just without adding any pressure to the board. So like they just on the future games they probably are going to be a little bit more mindful of it because it just they have no way to get to each other again because neither of them have totem again. And it's like at this point you can't get to each other. It's too late. So like, but before it got to this point, that's how we got here. It's because they just have no way to get to each other.
At this point, JG is set up to the point where it almost looks like he's playing for the win here, right? Look at his minion count. He's got 4 undead minions with aura on them. That's 60 points of chip without pressing a single button, right? If he finds his way out of this hole, which he can easily find his way out of this hole.
Well, I don't think Jgsalem's playing for the win in the sense that he just offered a draw. But yeah, like it's just the early game is so important that they actually create like pressure that they can use because they didn't create enough pressure to snowball into a win. So now that they didn't have enough pressure in the early and mid game, there's no threat to end the game because they don't have enough spells. So they were playing too safe from the beginning. But it's just it's tough. Very, very tough matchup because once you get in a spot like this, there's really nothing you can do. JG can't leave because he'll die, and Coeval can't move his DK down because it'll die. So
Yeah, I definitely think that there is some
the only thing
of. Go ahead.
the only thing I've been mentioning is maybe there's an angle here for because I mentioned it like 10 turns ago. Like JG could potentially flash open the bottom of the map and sink him, but it's just risky to do that because he doesn't have to. He could just leave and tower somewhere else, but it's just like there's like nothing there really because it just requires Coeval to not see it, and I'm sure he would because he's got nothing else to do. But there's so many auras in that tiny little space. I was like, what? There's 5.
Yeah. He's got to be very careful, though. He's down to 15 Proz shield. You know, one little mistake with all these auras.
I mean, respect to Coeval, he went for the win with that Mega Boulder. That was fine. Yeah. He just, I mean, he could have used the DK instead. He didn't have to risk it, but he also, if Mega Boulder works there, if it sinks him, he's in a really good spot too. So I respect going for it.
Nice.
There we go. He's got some space for his DK. Got some motion.
Yeah. Mind you, Flash does 15 damage. If he gets in range to actually flash Jgsalem, he'll sink him.
Yes. He needs to no. No.
Oh no, wait. Is this an angle for Coeval to flash sink him?
Potentially, yeah.
It's also possible, like, he can also pick up one of the swarms on the play, right? Does reach, like, Flash hitbox is humongous.
He needed to de-tower.
Yeah, I was about to say he did it from the tower. It was very.
You can sink him here.
Yeah, now JG can just blow the whole area below him open. If he de-towered though, it had a chance to reach it. I don't think he could ever reach it from the tower.
No, he had to de-tower. He had to get it. He had to get down into the terrain and then extend the flash. That's what he had to do.
Yeah, he just needed like the maximum range possible. Now, let's see JG.
Okay, I mean, he wants to.
I really don't think that blasted pass was necessary at all.
It wasn't, but
okay.
I mean, he wanted to just confirm it, and that's fine.
At least Coeval did his like due diligence and healed himself up before making this aggressive play, so he's really not in threat range. To be honest with you, also, JG still has the same issue of being at 15 Proz shield that he was before. I think he's going to have to work on that before he can do anything else. Now, another thing to consider is that we still got this non-undead Peggy here that's been here for like 20 turns. Should be at 125 health, but it's just non-undead sitting at 40. So Coeval has some option to shift it to undead, but it is quite late in the game to be looking at those kind of plays. JG's on 1 second. Okay, Proz shield, and it's got to be Proz shield there. There's no way you're just sitting over this gap at 15 after, and letting Coeval just try again, right? Because then he just hops on his Pegasus, flies over, and can just shoot any spell. Right?
Coeval tries to go for something here, he could potentially lose, but if he just towers, then it's probably drawn because he could just tower and he can tree. We'll see what he wants to go for. He can steal the peg by draining it into the swarm.
I almost forgot he had a second swarm up here. No, I didn't almost forget. I for sure forgot.
He can just he can steal the peg by draining it into the swarm, and then with the peg aura or the peg drain, he doesn't even have to risk himself. I mean, he is in aura right now, so it does hurt a little bit. Oh yeah, the armor, true. I just zoom out.
Weevil's not hurting that badly to drop this swarm because he can summon a new minion over it.
If the thing just clips the leaf there, kills both the swarm and the Pegasus potentially.
Nah, Skyray is not that much range to kill the Pegasus from there. It's not hitting for 4. Even if it hit directly over the Pegasus, like close as possible, it will not deal 40.
Yeah.
This doesn't even hit. See?
Yeah.
It's too far.
But the swarm is gone too. But just
the swarm's cooked, but that's fine. I mean, Coeval has, in theory, time to summon another swarm, but what I don't think he has is a line of winning.
He could have hit him there if he just went the other way. He didn't have to go. And what is going? What?
He's probably tired, to be honest.
Oh yeah. No, I completely understand. Is he trying to nuzzle it in the? Oh, I mean, I guarantee you he's exhausted.
To be honest, they should not play a game 4. They should not play game 4 if this draws. Both players should recoup, because as much as we were saying wearing down your opponent in a series, you don't want a series to just be decided by the worst of two players' gameplay. Like, you want it to be decided by the players.
Oh, for sure. For
like,
sure.
like, you know,
Let's see who can make more mistakes.
like if they draw this again, they should probably rest. Not to mention, I think both players probably learned a lot from this series, right? You have to grow from a series like this, right? If you see all the angles, all the potential, everything we learned and discovered, you have to grow from a series like this. I would really love to see in the game 4 what these players are able to take from the 3 games that they just played and then like give me their best. Because we know what these players are capable of. I mean, these are not some random gems on our screen, right? This is Jgsalem and Coeval, right? Like,
Yeah, this is the matchup because they're good friends too. So like they know exactly how each other like they're very familiar with each other.
100%.
So this is nothing but rivalry here. But it does look like
No,
it's gonna
it's
be
a draw. Yeah, they've offered a draw. If they play again, I'm more than comfortable to cast it. I'm very happy to cast it. I think Ink is probably getting exhausted too. But I honestly think it's in the player's best interest to like take a break. Like they're not up to like where it is. Like you can see Coeval trying to negotiate some plays, but he's not playing at his top accuracy, and it's just
I want to point out there was, I think, okay, I think what Coeval was thinking at the end, when he just like let his swarm die to the SS turn like 49 or whatever, I think he was thinking of charging down and going for the win.
Oh no, I
think so
thought so
too.
too. I thought
But
so too.
but realistically,
his
what
swarm was
he should have
already
did,
picked.
yeah, what he should have did was use that swarm to go around. I don't know if he had a BFTP left. If he had a BFTP left, then
He did not. He did
okay.
not. No.
I think maybe he didn't need it, but I was thinking he could go down and like Mega Boulder JG, honestly, from there or something like that, just from like the tree. Because he did have a Mega Boulder left. I don't think he needed to charge down or anything. I can double check something.
Seven Dark Dome. No.
I'm gonna check something in the replay really quickly, because
I mean, there
I
were
think
multiple opportunities. Yeah, there Coeval, because he was the. I mean, that was his game to win. He was pressuring him from turn like 3.
yeah, he didn't need a BFTP. He could have laddered himself down like when he originally did with the Mega Boulder idea, the one
Yeah.
that failed, and he could have moved himself down, got into the tree angle, like the tree, inside the tree that was dead, and then dropped the Mega, or he could have like Mega Suicided, either one. I mean, Mega Suicide's obviously riskier the HP, but that, or he could have used Charge if he wants to sacrifice the DK there. But probably Mega's better as a resource to use.
No.
Yeah.
Anyways,
the
that was
I mean,
that was that turn.
like I said earlier, I think I have nothing but respect for Coeval for going for the win. Like he saw
Agreed.
the line, he saw a line. He didn't see like the best line, but he saw a line, went for it, rest the whole game for it, and I respect that.
Absolutely agree. So far, I know a lot of people don't like the what we'll call like stallier 60 matches. I'm having fun. I'm having a very good time. I
enjoy watching these guys play.
Yeah.
It's funny how how much these two maps are contrasted with the one that he had against Proz.
Yeah.
It's like with Proz, like going side was literally not even an option. You had no chance to do that.
All right, Jgsalem is saying they will continue some other time, which I mean, I think that's correct. I don't.
That's fun.
I'm having a great time watching, but I also
Oh,
want to
it's
see these players playing their best. I don't want to see them making mistakes due to being tired and having a wasted series and having decisions based off of just like fatigued gameplay. It's not the type of game. Arcanists is not supposed to be this kind of
yeah, it's not
war
good.
of physical attrition IRL. Like,
I agree with you, man. I agree with you.
it's-
And also,
By the
I
way,
think GG's a little bit tilted because the match with Proz 2 and all this is just like you just get some rest and try again. It's
yeah,
fine.
agreed. Ink, what were you to say?
by the way, if anybody ever wants to ask, hey Ink, why didn't you make this best of 3? We need to make it best of 3 because it's more. This is why. This is why. We've been casting for 5 hours. We've had 3 draws. Like
And the Proz game lasted like 14 seconds. So all these 5 hours have been all JG and Coeval.
yeah.
Yeah.
So this is why we don't make 60s best
But
of 3.
also, like, not for nothing, the tournament format has like after the qualifiers, which is plenty of games, right? The qualifiers are plenty of games, and then it's not immediately into single elimination, right? It's round robin.
Yeah, you have
Like
2 chances. You have 2
right,
chances
the round of 16.
to not
Yeah.
lose. So
Right, so like you have games to play. Listen, I respect the competitive integrity that is solidified by a best of 3, but also come prepared. You know, I think that the games, your ability to be adaptive with the amount of research you're able to do and the amount of preparation that you're able to prepare for this game, like in Arcanists, every single tournament match is literally automatically recorded and available for you in Discord. That means people can actually study, prep, show up to the match. If you're concerned about the consistency of your victories as a competitor, put in more effort before it actually gets to your match, and then win in the one game, and then don't complain.
Yeah. No, I mean,
That's real talk.
this is hard to do, man. This is hard shit. Like this is not
It is.
easy.
Exactly. I agree. It's very difficult, but it can be
So
done.
like, and then when you like, there's so much more than just playing for fun, because when you're playing for fun, you might take those risky plays and win with them too, but because you don't really care about the stakes. But it's clear both of them really want to win, and it's best of 1. So it's like every mistake is just so much pressure on them or like every mistake, it sits with them like the whole match probably, and then every single time that something comes up that might be a little risky, it's just so hard to do it because you're risking your entire tournament life on the line. So
Yep. It's true.
overall, Coeval, I think Coeval played significantly better in these last 3 than I think we've
Then
seen
in the
from him.
qualifiers and
Yeah,
leading up to
he's
the tournament,
definitely
yeah.
improved a ton, and I think JG, you come at it with a clear head. I'm sure like a lot of those the things that he could have done in games 1, 2, and 3 might start opening up to him a little bit.
Yeah. But I don't know. To me, these were some fantastic games. I had a really great time casting them. It is absolutely beautiful, fantastic to be joined on the mic by like one of my favorite players of all time. You know, fantastic.
I appreciate it, man. It's been a blast. This is my first one. I enjoyed doing it. Now I'm like, I don't watch too much high times content, so like a lot of this stuff I'm like kind of just going off of what I would do in a situation. But like it's been enjoyable to watch it and just kind of like get the whole experience and just talk about it in real time. And it's been fun.
Yeah, it's super fun. You know, Hank, did you want to say anything? Did you want to close this out? You wanted me to close it out? How do you want to do it?
I can close it out. So first of all, I wanted to give shoutouts to the commentators for today. Pierce, as well as Oa, who this is his first broadcast, of course, as he mentioned.
Don't forget Coeval for the first game.
Yes, I also wanted to say I put Coeval in the shoutout command because he did cast the first match of today before heading off to play the 3 matches in a row. So be sure to give those guys a follow And of course, if you'd like to follow me, the host of tonight's broadcast, you can follow me at those Twitch and YouTube links. And honestly, on that note, it's getting very late. It's been a 5-hour stream. This is one of the longest streams I think we've actually ever done.
It's up there.
Yeah, it's up there. I think it might be. I think maybe a qualifier was longer. Maybe. But
Yeah, but that's multiple matches also.
yeah. So either that or maybe the Steam launch tournament, one or the other. But
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But yeah, on that note, it's pretty late. We're gonna close up for tonight. I do not know when these two are going to play next. There is a chance maybe we don't get them. And actually, this kind of interfered with what I was gonna do after the stream. But I guess I'll try and get it done the best I can. It's okay though.
It'd be like that
I
sometimes.
hope you all enjoyed the commentary and the broadcast. Thank you all for watching. And yeah, keep an eye out on the Discord, which I will give also a link here. If you're not in the Arcanists Discord already, be sure to join it. And make sure you have a tournament broadcast ping from the roles so that you can get notified every time we go live when there will be a broadcast and players will be playing, because there's not really too much of a hard set schedule. We don't have people scheduling like 1 week in advance or anything like that. It's like very impromptu to a larger degree. So yeah, having a ping to get notified about that, it's pretty useful if you're a spectator and want to catch up on as much action as possible. So yeah, thank you all for watching once again, and have a good night.
Oh,
Thanks for
good
having me,
night.
man. Yep.
And good night.
You guys-
chat.
you guys
See
have a great
next
night.
time.